Everyone, Tony, would you please call roll?
Jimenez,
Present.
Morales,
Here.
yep. Crosco.
Present.
Thank you. Crosco,
Present.
Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Arenas,
Here.
Foley,
Here.
Camus,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Licardo.
President, thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. We have a quorum. We'll resume then with item 3.1, the city manager's report. Lee, did you have anything further to add before we go to council for questions and comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, if I can clarify one thing, we were notified. I think I made the comment that there would be no more rolling blackouts projected by the state. I meant to say that starting tomorrow. There still is a possibility of more today. So we've continued to push that out. So just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, and did you want to say anything more about the distinction between the rolling blackouts that were directed by the ISO and I think of greater concern to San Jose residents has been the extended blackouts that lasted 2-3 days in several communities because of infrastructure failure by PG&E?
Yeah. So I would just ask Lori to jump in if she has anything else to add to that. But, you know, we can verify working with PG&E that San Jose has not been subject to any of those rolling blackouts. As you've just said, Mayor, all of it is related to old equipment failure. And so we've been continuing to push PG&E for additional information and more communication, not to only us, but directly to their own customers and our residents. Lori, I don't know if you have anything else to add to that.
No, I think you stated it accurately. So to date, San Jose has not been included in the rolling outages, which is great. Still very important for residents to conserve energy as the state is still under a warning for additional rolling outages. But what has been impacting San Jose are local distribution outages related to PG&E's equipment. And we've been working with them closely to try to understand restoration timelines for our residents.
Okay, thank you. I know we're going to go to council questions in a minute, but I just want to make sure that we get all this out there. I know, Laura, you and I have both been involved in outreach to PG&E officials to get more specific information about when the repairs are going to be made, when power will be back up. Do you have any specific information you can offer us, particularly in South San Jose, where we know that the blackouts have been for really extended periods, I think 60, 70 hours at a time?
Yeah, I don't have too much additional other than PG&E has confirmed there's about 800 customers impacted for greater than 24 hours. And they have escalated it in their emergency operations center to work on restoration times. We're continuing to try to get more information from them to support that community.
Okay, so 800 customers means probably several thousand people, is that right?
Yes, a customer is typically a utility meter, so several people in a house. Typically, you can multiply that by 2 or 3. So
okay.
6,000.
Thank you, Lori. We'll continue to press on that issue with PG&E. Councilor Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. Hold on, I'm having some technical issues, so I'm trying to fix this. Okay, I think the sound is better. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So I have a few questions. One, I wanted to go to COVID enforcement. Is Assistant Chief Knopf still on the call?
I am.
Thank you. And so I had a question. Did the county actually reach out to the SJP prior to the vote this week to have some discussions about COVID enforcement?
They didn't reach out to me, and I didn't know about that vote.
Council member, this is Lee Wilcox. The county's chief executive's office and emergency operations center did reach out to the city's emergency operations center. So we've had discussions and we're aware that they were taking that action.
And so, so do I understand it correctly that we're collectively, the different cities in the county are going to have discussions about enforcement in that working group?
I think more importantly, I mean, I think they needed to take that action. I've been told since they took that action that they've seen compliance in a number of sectors that they had not seen before. I think it's the city's um, kind of position at this point is we're kind of all in on the working group and wanting to participate with the other cities and the counties. But I think, enforcement is just one piece of that program. I think we'd like the opportunity for a few things. First is to collaborate on the communication, the educational efforts, and any engagement so that, countywide, we do have a similar kind of methodology and approach, and a consistent approach. More importantly, though, I think it is, the county has an awful lot of information related to the data through the contact tracing and where that's going, and better understanding where people are getting affected with COVID. Having access to that data and understanding so that we can be pretty efficient with the resources we do have, because I don't think from an EOC perspective, we want to simply enforce just on businesses if very few of the actual infected rates are coming from businesses. So I think at this point in time, we're going to work with the county and the cities to get access to that data and fill out a broader program that communicates, educates, and engages and possibly enforce. But I would say we are yet to make a decision whether we would be accepting that enforcement. And as we said before, it would be something that we would bring back to the council before we pursue.
Yeah, I think that we've been all in terms of communications, different communication strategies to gain compliance. I am concerned about enforcement for a couple of things. I mean, it is mentioned in the slide under current county health order enforcement process, right, where SJPD would play a role in that. And I bring that up for two reasons. One is certainly in some parts of the city, mine is one of the council districts that has seen an uptick in activity and violence this summer. And, my preference and the preference of the people I represent are to have the PD focus on that. And the other thing that I just wanted to bring up on enforcement, because this came up through an issue with the EOC this weekend, is around a park in my district that there were some folks out there, and next thing I knew, there were some discussions about closing a park. And I'm not sure how you close a park, right? How do you close a park other than to say it's closed? But we can't build up a gate around a park and lock it, right? And is that really where we want to focus our enforcement strategies when we have other things that we need to devote our resources to? And also some of that just really relies on the communications and compliance, and just knowing that the fact is when it's summer, it's really hot, people are going to want to be outside. And so that raises all these other issues that I really want to be mindful of as we have those discussions around enforcement. So I also wanted to, I don't know if Kim or Jeff still on, but I wanted to actually thank them for a lot of work that they have done around the census in the past, gosh, I don't know, week or two. District Alviso, District 5 and District 7 are far behind the city. And while, overall the city is much better positioned than other cities in the county, or actually I think the state, we have some districts that are lagging. And I think a lot of that is in part, these are historically Latino neighborhoods. We have a president that has dehumanized Latinos from the very beginning. And where we are right now is we're back to where we were when the citizenship question came up, where it's really having a chilling effect on people participating in this process. And so I'd like to thank our city team for really mobilizing around this, so that we do count our neighborhoods and get the resources that we need as a city and that we rely on and our residents rely on. So I wanted to thank the team for that. And I had a question, Lee, I think this is for you. on the residential financial assistance. That is coming back when to council? And then I missed that.
So the item 3.5 is going to detail all of the local assistance, which is residential assistance is part of that whole effort. So you'll hear that later on this afternoon.
Right, but I thought that was also coming back in part of that was coming back in one of the upcoming weeks. So I'll just
Yeah, no, I do think next week as we walk through the city, I think next week we have agendized the city fiscal recovery update, state legislation specific to Sacramento, and then digital inclusion. So I do think we'll talk about residential assistance a little bit next week as part of the overall COVID budget and where we are tracking in all the different buckets. But there's nothing specific of just residential assistance in the queue as of yet.
Okay, and I'll save the rest for 3.5. And then I had a question on the small business applications. The deadline has passed. What was the participation rate in the small business application assistance this round? Do we know?
Lee, I can take that if you like. I believe you're referring to this CDBG, Small Business Assistance Program. So the deadline for that is actually midnight tonight. We have extended the deadline to August 28th in order to allow more folks to apply for that program. It is a program with higher documentation requirements because it is a federally funded program, unlike what we had for the Silicon Valley Strong Small Business Program. So we are out there expanding our outreach to low, moderate income census tracts, working with partners, and hopefully the council, and I believe all the council offices are getting the word out for us as well. Again, trying to do that in different languages, English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. And every day we're making a push on this.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Would another member of the council like to speak? If not, I'll jump in. Councilmember Arenas? Councilmember Arenas, I think you may be still on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. I have, actually, I'm just going to pick up from where Councilmember Esparza left off with some of her concerns with this, with the census. I know that she said we were approximately right back where we started when when the question of citizenship surged around the census, and we know that the president has some strategies to prevent people from coming out or from completing this, or from answering the door or taking a phone call and completing this census. And so, what is it that we're doing to offset that strategy that is being used nationally, and then how do we offset for things that are happening locally, like last week's ICE raid that happened, and people hear about it, it gets reported, it's a word of mouth. That also creates a lot of fear in immigrant communities. And so how are we offsetting some of this?
No, that's a great question, and it really goes to the core of our strategy over the next 44 days, Councilmember. And really, it's been at the core of our strategy. And I think that is to really kind of work with agencies and with people that come from these communities, that understand the dynamics of the communities and are trusted in these communities. And so really working with community-based partners that have been there for a long time and have been great partners with us with the census over the last couple of years. I would emphasize again, faith-based has been a big part of this outpush as well. Bishop Cantu has been a wonderful partner with us and really has helped us in a lot of ways to get the message out about the census and why the census is so important. And I do think this canvassing effort, the knock and talk effort that I referenced, where really we'll be working with agencies, with the county, with city staff that are in these neighborhoods, the youth intervention people, the Project Hope people, again, that are trusted by these communities is our best and I would say only way, but it's our highest hope for moving the needle on the response rates.
Yes, thank you. I know those are strategies that we typically take, and I think that because over the years we've learned that this works the best for these particular neighborhoods, and I think that's absolutely the smartest thing that we should do, right? Is learn from what we what we learned from the past. And so, what is it in particular that we're using though to offset some of this increase in fear? I know, so we're using CBOs that already have an established relationship with our neighborhoods. And are they doing anything differently? Are they, and I'm thinking about my particular district. I saw that overall, I think it's doing just well. But there's some that have like a 41.9% of response rate. Some of them are 63 or 65 or 67%, which is, you know, getting up to the 70s, but not just quite there. The 41.9%, I'm going to guess where it's at. And when I think about where I think that is happening, if based on what you've said, usually it's hard to count populations. And I know that particular neighborhood. Why aren't we maybe connecting with some of our neighborhood associations? And this is where I was asking, what are our customized strategies here in San Jose? Because our neighborhood associations have been working really hard throughout the years, and they've been building their own trust. And couldn't we employ them or offer stipends for these folks, and put their relationships into good use as well?
Right. And I think, is Vilcia on the phone, on the Zoom rather? Vilcia?
Yes.
Yes. I know you've been doing a lot of contact with the neighborhood associations, so maybe you could share that.
We have, you know, I think that the what has been happening at the federal level since last year with the citizenship question, and more so now, has been a tough conversation to have. In fact, we've had, at the beginning, we had some CBOs that didn't want to join our effort because of the citizenship question. But we fought very hard. I mean, the city took the lead on fighting that citizenship question. It's still out there because there's still confusion from people that they think that the citizenship question is still in there. What has been very effective for us is that we've been pairing COVID with census message. So when we are at food distribution sites, we're telling them, look, this is where the funding comes, you know, this is how the funding comes directly to our community. This is how we right now are benefiting from the federal funding and why it's important. You know, with the schools, obviously, you know, schools have been impacted significantly with COVID. So connecting the two have been very effective for CBOs and for staff when we're out there talking to people. And then, you know, reassuring them about the confidentiality of the information in the census forms.
I think it's just wonderful to maximize and leverage the efforts that we're already conducting in our community. But just on the other side of that, flip side to that coin is, if we're talking to folks where we're distributing COVID information, and that happens to be first, I could see that particular person just going down a whole conversation just about COVID and where to get help, and, you know, this is where I'm at, can you help me make this call? And then by the way, here's the census, you know, little a half sheet or number, or please connect, and it's just by the wayside. And so I wonder, is there a time where we really focus on census messaging versus the COVID, and, you know, how do we balance those two things out? Because folks are there who are either picking up the food or going to certain places that for help, their mind is somewhere else, right?
No, that's true. But that was just an example of how the different strategies that we're doing. So for example, you know, this past weekend, we were at a food distribution event in District 8, and we were at a dumpster cleanup event in District 7, and we had staff there with iPads enumerating people. So we were giving them the iPads, and we had, you know, one family, for example, they had one individual had 11 people in their household that he filled out the census for them. So what I was trying to explain is that we're pairing now, and it's very visual now for people to see, oh, this is how the federal funding does impact our community, and this is why I need to participate, because all of the services that we are seeing right now are connected with census information. So we have CBOs that, you know, when people come to get services, they're also enumerating them. We have, through the county, we're putting out census kiosks at different sites as well, where people can get enumerated there. Kaiser Permanente, for example, is running census information in their and sharing information with their patients as well. So it's a step strategy, and we just have to continue to sell the message to them.
And council member, I'm sorry, but the one other thing I would add to that is this door-to-door canvassing approach would be a very direct, targeted approach around census. That would be true, obviously, for the phone banking and as Vilsi just mentioned, the mobile kiosks. I've referenced earlier in my presentation that we do plan on hiring folks from Parks and Rec as well. These are folks that are in these communities as well, that speak the language, that understand, again, the dynamics of the community. And last but not least, by no means, is we would really welcome any ideas that the council offices would have for us to deliver that targeted message and connect us with maybe the folks that are at the neighborhood associations. I know Vilsi has been in contact with lots of those neighborhood associations. So again, if there's any way you could help facilitate that, that would be more than welcome.
I would love to, and I would, I don't know about the hiring process, whatever it looks like, but if there's an opportunity to include our neighborhood associations, and just while I was speaking, one of the neighborhood associations out in my district said, "What a great idea!"
Mm-hmm. Right.
Thumbs up. So people are willing to go out there and help, and they know their community, and so I think let's add on to what we're already doing. I think, Vilsi, you went over this multi-level strategy that you have that has, from past experiences, you've layered on what works with hard to reach communities. Although we haven't really dealt with how do we offset, how do we counter for the messaging and some of the things that are happening in our communities right now. And what I'm hoping that we can get to is more than what we're doing right now with a very generalized strategy, or a strategy that has multi-layers, and it's meant to focus on different communities in the different layer parts of it. But for us to really think about a strategy that's going to target that immigrant community who just had an ICE raid last week in their neighborhood. And word of mouth is really, really strong among all of our communities, right? We love to stay connected, and I'm sure everybody's Zooming or making calls. And so that's what I'm asking about, is like, what are we doing particularly for our community when there's things that are happening, when the messaging, when we're hearing that people are being, they're really scared to answer the door again. How do we offset for that? And I get that there's different layers to this. One of my suggestions was just to include more of those relationships that we know that we normally don't use, because you are using all the folks that you normally have established relationships with. I'm thinking about those trusted relationships that we are not employing right now, and that we could be, because I know that I think it's 44 days, 43 days. I'm anxious just saying the 43 days mark, because I want to make sure that our community, all of our San Jose, is in there, well above 80%, knock on wood, on response rate. So it would be wonderful just to hear your thoughts later on, Jeff. I know that I'm asking about something very specific for a community, but this is the community that's not answering the doors, and the ones that is the most, that has the most fear, right? And rightly so. So those were my questions for that. And I just want to thank you for your all the efforts in making sure that our community gets it, and that they are going to fill out the census. And I know my numbers in District 8, they're overall, I think, good numbers. We have, 80s, mid 80s in some of our areas. And so that just comes to show you that overall, in general, on average, people are filling it out. And I think we can look back at some of the great work that we've done. It's just that home stretch, right?
Exactly, exactly.
All right.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, definitely. You know, if you have any suggestions for any trusted messengers in your district that we can reach out to, and any other council members, please send them our way so that we can reach out to them and also include them in our partnership.
Wonderful. Now I'm going to move into the domestic violence incident shelter in place. I know we had requested for this, and I had, along with many of my colleagues, had shown concern about violence, and especially as we sheltered in place with many restrictions. The World Health Organization has already learned in past pandemics that incidents, violence against women and young women just rise. We've seen it in the past pandemic. We're seeing it now in this pandemic. And I've said before, San Jose is no different. And so if we're not getting some of these incidents, what are we doing to better listen to our community when they don't have the means to connect? And so I appreciate the information that is here. I can see that you have like a 2% decrease, and there's some recommendations on here as a result. So when I first started talking about this was back in March. And then once again, I brought it up in April. And so what I want to do is I want us to break down some of this information, because I think when you look at it overall, there is a reduction. But when you go to page 5 of 17, and you highlight, so what I did was I highlighted all of the areas, all of the dates, just so I could visually see it. And in May, beginning May 3rd to roughly May 30th, there's a definite increase in 3 out of the 4, and then 4 out of the 4 in the last week of this. There was an increase in these incidents. And so we can look back from now to March 15th and say, overall, we did have a reduction. But in the moment, when council is telling you, and when I'm expressing that we should have some concern, I would imagine that you would keep track to see how are those incidents doing. And if you'd looked at Foothill or Central or Southern, especially in Southern, all 4 weeks of Southern, there was an increase, that there was a pattern. And so, now looking back, we can say, well, maybe not in March, right? Or possibly March is a little confusing because it's in the middle, and are they incidents from the past catching up? But when we're in the middle of this reporting period, certainly 2 consecutive months after expressing my concern about this, that I would imagine that you would have kept track of this and come back in June and said, guess what, you're right, there's some increases in here. So when I look at May 3rd to the 30th, and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't do these numbers because I am not Councilmember Davis. And I know you're gonna appreciate this. So my team ran those numbers, and they came up with 9.4, just in that time period. Now, I don't know if the math is right, but I know just even off the cuff, looking at this, I don't know what it is, but in terms of percentages, but I know that there is an increase. And so how are we tracking these webs and flows of incidents? Because I know, and I can really appreciate that in March. It really was. It was very low. But as we move along in the dates, they have a pattern, a different pattern. And so how were we responsive in May to some of this increases in incidents? That's a question.
Well, I think, well, I'll start off by, and Deputy Chief Randall can follow up. So you asked us to go ahead and track these incidents, which we did. And there's ebbs and flows in the reporting throughout the COVID period. Not only in March, but going into the end of May and through June, we see decreases. And I think that those are the things we need to look at. These are reported cases to us that occurred during COVID. What we did is we further broke those out so there wouldn't be any confusion or question about when those cases actually occurred. And some of those cases occurred prior to the shelter in place. And we have then gone ahead and we were able to find out from the previous year the same statistical data. So we thought that would be important to also track. So Heather can go into some specifics of what they do related to outreach, working with advocates, working with our patrol division, the trainings that have gone on, and some of the things we continue to do to address these concerns. They are of a concern to us. Don't misunderstand that. I mean, we're concerned whether it's a new recruit straight out of the academy or myself. Mm-hmm. These are concerns that need to be looked at and addressed. But we continuously hear from either your office or advocates that there's marked increases. And you can see from the data that there is increases certain weeks. It's tough to look at the percentages because they are kind of skewed. But if you look at the number of cases, you definitely see some increases and then you see decreases. Mm-hmm. So, but we've asked for actual hard data so that we can use apples to apple comparison versus just anecdotal, oh, well, we see a marked increase. Well, we do see marked increases here too. And these are what is being reported to us. So these are the actual statistical data that we've compiled. It's been quality controlled. It's been double checked. There was some concerns that were raised to us by your office earlier in the week. We again double checked the data and it's accurate. So yeah, we do have to address, I agree, we have to look at, there is a portion that people they're unreported, right? And I think we really do need to look at what are the things we can do to solve that.
Right. And before Chief Randall, you answer that, I just want to point out that this time period that I'm highlighting is a time period when our COVID restrictions were at their highest, right? This is the most strictest of our or from the county and the city. So that means we weren't able to do a lot of the things that we're able to do now, like eat outdoors and whatnot. You all know some of the updates and loosening of restrictions. And so that and so that should also, we should have been monitoring it in the moment, because I know that you do this. I know you do this for burglaries, right? So when we have a rash of burglaries, especially the last time we had some out in our area, our captain and then our chief was able to, shift resources and address that particular crime. Now, I know this is a little more difficult, but nonetheless, I think there's an opportunity always to see in the moment, okay, this is an increase not just for 1 week, but 2, now it's 3 weeks. How are we going to shift our resources in case this happens again? And so that's a kind of that's in the parameters of the answer I'm looking for.
Well, thank you. So as I mentioned earlier, one of the things that we're doing is we are tracking not only the trends and looking at the increases, but we're looking at the addresses that have repeated calls. And those are ones that we can really have an impact on. And we are working directly with the advocates. I know my family violence commander attends meetings. He talks to advocates. He's getting input from them. But they are working together to make sure that we are addressing those families that are having repeated incidents, because I think that's where we're going to have the most immediate impact. Working with them, working with DCFS, and making sure that we're connecting them to resources. And so we do monitor those things. When we see those upticks, and it may be within 1 week, the commander, Lieutenant Lang, is looking at that to see, is there any pattern? Is there something that we can do? Can we get an advocate out there? Can we encourage that type of connection? So we are doing that. And again, as Assistant Chief Knopf pointed out, there are fluctuations within this shelter in place period. So it's hard to really, if we focus too much on a very small segment of time, we start to lose out on all that other information we're getting. But we are monitoring this and looking to see where are we having a certain area of the city that's having an increase. So certainly something that we are doing. And in fact, when we got this report back, what we did find was that we had already made connections with some of these families prior to having this information gathered in a report. And so that tells us that our systems are working and we are doing some appropriate outreach.
Wonderful. So are you saying those are some of the strategies that you used in real time, was to look at some of the incidents that had the same address, reached out to those survivors?
What ends up happening is we have detectives that become familiar. They know the sergeants are reading the cases as they come into the handle. They're assigning them to detectives, and they start to see any trends and patterns. And so they're aware of those. We may not have had all this information in real time. It has to go through crime analysis. It has to be quality controlled and then compiled into a report. But while all that's happening, my detectives are watching what's happening. The sergeants are screening calls, or excuse me, reports as they come in, and they are familiar with the trends as they're happening.
I can appreciate that. I'll still refer back to my example of burglaries, and I know they're not apples to apples, but nonetheless, whether it's burglaries or car break-ins, whatever has a pattern, we tend to have shift our resources and then address that particular pattern with a strategy that works. And so I'd like to see what are some of those responses that you're doing, and maybe this is this is just you check in with some of these folks who you've had multiple calls from. You build a relationship, and I think it's wonderful that our investigators are able, they form relationships, and based on those relationships, there's successful interactions with those survivors, right? And hopefully from the whole incident, maybe a reduction of whatever tension was there before, and a resolve by the time that they walk away. And so there's so much that I think just based on those relationships that helps alleviate some of these future incidents. But aside from that, and I don't want to leave it all onto our investigators and building on those relationships, although I think that's a great strategy and response. What I'm looking for is, what is it that you do? What is it that we do? What is it that we should do? Maybe what should we do when we see a pattern like this, and it's in an issue that the council has already said is of priority? What can we do to maybe mitigate the increase in some of these? And so that's, I don't know if you have the answer to that, but I would really like that answer at one point or another. It doesn't have to be now, but it could be, on an offline follow-up. But I would like to see a more targeted response. As we have heard from our service providers, I know that, we hear different things from our service providers, depending probably on the day that we connected with them and based on some of the questions that we asked, but there was some difference between what we were hearing from our service providers and possibly what our police officers were hearing from our service providers. And so we did have a meeting about 3 weeks ago or so, because I wanted everybody to be in the same room. We were all in the same Zoom room. And you did hear from our service providers that there was an increase, that they also recognized there was this ebb and flow, right? Some real decrease and then an increase. And probably, same thing that you are hearing or you're seeing here. But, their story might be a little different than ours because the survivor may be calling them and not involving a police officer, right? And so I think our different accounts of what is really happening in their community might have a slight variation because of that. So I think it's a matter of pulling all the picture together, right? They have a bit of the puzzle piece, and you certainly have the bulk of it, and a huge puzzle piece here that allows us to understand what's happening in our community. I want to make sure that we continue to take a look at what is happening in our communities, because we have heard from Dr. Sturm, who completes, and Mary Ritter, who completes from the county, who completes the sexual assault and physical child abuse exams. And they did share during that meeting that they've seen the severity of child abuse really increase, right? And then the lethality of some of these crimes really increase for their clients. And so that might not, those incidents, who knows if they're the same ones that they're talking about, that maybe you got a call in from a neighbor, or maybe you didn't get a call in from a neighbor this time, right? Or from the survivor themselves. But I think it adds to what this all looks like. And certainly with child abuse as well, right? Because physical, intimate partner violence sometimes extends to the children, and it's child abuse and not intimate partner violence. But nonetheless, it tells us that our families are stressed and have a lot of tension. So that is a response that I really like to hear back from. Would you want to take a moment to answer now, Chief Knopf or Randall, or?
Yeah, I would love to. So I think that first off, burglaries is a bad example. And I know you're trying to relate, which is great. But when we see burglaries, we see an increase of 30, 40, 50 burglaries in an area. And that's an indicator, right? Here we're only seeing, and I'm not saying only, so don't take that the wrong way, but we see 2 or 3 over a week's period. And then that's why we're collating the data to see, hey, what are we seeing? And then, like, to some of your examples, we see increases, and then we see drop-offs. The other thing is that when we do have burglaries, we are able to commit resources to those areas, because burglaries are typically in residences. They're people that are out and about that are committing these crimes. They're breaking into vehicles that are out in public. This is a very internal issue, right? Whether it's child abuse, domestic violence, any of these things, they're not out in the open. They're behind closed doors. Mm-hmm. We can't send resources into a neighborhood and drive around and look for domestic violence victims or suspects. No, right. I mean, we might get flagged down, but we are responding to an issue. We want our victims to feel comfortable to call us to report these things. And then we have to have the resources available to help them out. So I think those are the things we need to be talking about with our advocates or county partners that are involved here, that what responses can we provide to our victims, not just, I mean, on the front end, so they know what's going on in case there's a problem, they know who to call and how to get in touch. But as far as the crime is concerned, we're very responsive, because we need that call to begin with. We can do all the PSAs we can partner with everybody to help out and do what we can. It does become a bandwidth issue, though, trying to solve a problem with patrol officers or investigators that are overburdened as it is. with investigating these cases. These are mandatory reporting cases. For us, we look at every one of them. Every one of them is investigated. So, there are we need to continue the discussion so that we can get this out and find the best way to address the needs of our potential victims or victims.
I really appreciate you saying that. I think that PSAs are always very helpful. A campaign that is effective. I don't know what's been effective in other cities like ours. I know LA is seeing a surge. Just left my mind with the other city I was going to cite, but there are other larger cities who have seen this uptick and are doing very specific, have very specific strategies that they're using. And some of them are, for our community, we have an ability to text our police a 911 call, right? I don't know that it's household knowledge just yet that we can do that. And possibly one of the strategies could be that we launch a how to text police when you're in trouble, and we can certainly integrate our schools so our children have access to it, or our survivors have access to it, or expand on what the county is already doing with an online text-based response service that I believe is only working in very limited hours. So we could look at maybe expanding that, and that would be another resources for families, because I know we weren't, and I said it right off the bat, I wasn't going to compare apples to apples here. I completely understand. It's very difficult. This crime is very elusive sometimes, and it's certainly difficult on our community, and sometimes I think right now we're getting more calls. From what I understand, Dr. Sturm said, is that because of the severity of the incident, that they're getting more external calls from loved ones or friends, and people who are concerned for those folks and children. And so I appreciate your response. I would like to see what is the next step that we're going to take, since we already know that violence against women and children are going to continue to increase, especially among young women and women. So what are some of those additional resources that we can provide for our families that work, that along with our service providers will be an effective tool? And so I think that's what I would like to take away from this report. Although I know that there's some very specific recommendations that you have here, and I appreciate that. But I think overall, I'd like to see a very specific response for this.
Councilmember, I also would like to, I think that an important thing that we took out of this report is the increase in reporting of domestic criminal threats, domestic vandalism. And, as I interpret that, that's telling me that people are calling the police and reporting these crimes. We're titling them correctly now, and that's good. But it's also telling us that they're calling us before things get violent. And, I know we've done a lot of outreach with our divisional meetings through our crime prevention unit. Our crime prevention unit is also going out and teaching about healthy relationships to our young men and women. And I can't help but think that that is having an impact, and people are calling us about these crimes that are happening that have the potential for violence. And they're calling us before it becomes violent. And that's exactly what we want. So we're going to look for ways to expand that, continue those efforts, and hope that we can intervene and connect victims to services prior to those violent acts being committed.
Thank you for bringing that up, Chief Randall. And maybe this is also a question for our city manager in terms of resources, because if we know that this is something, this gender-based crime increases during a pandemic, we've seen it from past research. Our numbers have a story to tell us, for certainly. And so I think you bring up a really great point. We want to prevent lots of these crimes. And so I think it's an opportunity for us to work with our distance learning teachers and include some in some form this curriculum. I think it probably facilitates it so that our crime prevention specialists aren't having to go from school to school. It's just, you know, Zoom room from Zoom room. And since we have children in front of us and parents in front of us, I think it would be a perfect opportunity to pivot what we're certainly doing very well in our schools for healthy families and to run these healthy family relationship curriculums. And so I think let's take the show on the road. So I think that's a great suggestion. Maybe if our city manager, if I could hear your thoughts about maybe shifting some of these resources around for that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. So certainly would want to work with PD on how we do that, but certainly I think the conversation today has been good and helpful for all of us to kind of understand what's happening and then how we go about addressing it. So I do appreciate the conversation and look forward to working with police department on kind of how we do that shift.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I appreciate it. I know that we're coming to, we're going to see probably a different pattern as we traverse through this shelter in place. Who knows what the end of this, the belly of it looks like. But I'd certainly love to have some of these strategies that we just discussed implemented. There has to be some level of response that is official in terms of our capacity to address gender-based violence during pandemic periods. And so I don't know that it's, we've strategically done that just yet, but I know that based on our conversation here, we're on our way to actually doing that. So I appreciate that. I'm going to move on to, thank you so much, Chief Randall and Chief Knopf. I appreciate the candidness of your conversation, and I know I can hear the passion in your voice. I can hear, and I know that this is something that's absolutely important to all of you. And I know that you're supporting our community, and you want the best for them just as much as we do. And so I know we're on the same page with this, and so I appreciate the report, the thoroughness of it as well. All right, so I'm moving on to, oh, sorry. Take a moment. I'm going to move on to childcare. I do have, well, actually, before I move on to childcare, you know what? I'm so sorry, Mayor. My iPad decided to restart itself. Maybe I could come back after a person or so. I apologize.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I had just one question, one suggestion. The question I have is related to slide 14, where it shows the map. I'm pulling it up, and it shows the map of hard to count areas. I think it was Jeff that was going over some of this. And so the question I had was related to the NA area, which is in my district. It seems like that's the area near the new Costco by the police substation. And I'm curious as to why that area is gray and why it says NA.
Right. I don't have the answer for you, Councilmember, but I can get that. Vilsi had to jump off the call, but I can get that answer.
No problem. Yeah, I know there's a lot of new development there. I just didn't know if why that was or exactly what it is. So anyway, I just thought I'd point that out and ask the question. If you can get back to me, that'd be great.
We'll do so.
Yeah, and I also noticed that there's a sliver, I'll call it the Edenville sliver, or the sort of straightaway that follows Monterey Road there that's in orange. It's at the 70-79% interval. Certainly if we can help out in any way trying to get to some of those folks, let us know. I suspect you guys are already doing some of the work, but please don't hesitate to reach out to my office. I can't help you with the vastness that is Coyote Valley, 89%.
Right.
There's probably only about 5 people that live there. So
right. Well, we'll reach out. Your staff has been great, and as have you, council member, and we will reach out to them tomorrow with the answers and see if there's other ways we can get the word out.
Okay, cool. And then the one suggestion I had, the next slide talks about the Hard to Count Final Push campaign. August 24th to September 30th. One of the things that came to mind for me is I know for those of us that have campaigned, I've been chased out of many mobile home parks when I've been trying to knock and talk for other reasons. And so I'm curious if you all have experienced that, or if you anticipate that being an issue. And if so, I would highly recommend phone banking those areas instead of knocking and talking, because you may be asked to leave.
Yeah, that has been to a large degree our experience. We have done a mailer to working with the housing department recently to the mobile home parks. But yes, so again, phone banking would be a key part of our outreach.
And the other thing, the other thing I would I would mention, I think we certainly have Nora on the call, the city attorney's office. I've always wondered I realize that the mobile home parks are certainly owned by someone, they're public property, but it seems to me that the residents in mobile home parks have a right to get someone, maybe it's not a right that they would like, but the ability to get someone to come to their door to give them very pertinent, important information. I'm not talking about election time, but like this type of information, right? It seems to me that it's preventing us to a certain extent from reaching some of those folks. And I'm wondering, are there any sort of legal implications or legal sort of challenges as it relates to us gaining access to some of these locations? Because these are thousands of residents all across the city. And I can imagine, I mean, for example, Magic Sands in my district, my Blossom Hill, it's a massive, massive mobile home park, mobile home community, and they chase you out of there if you're trying to pass out good information about the census or other things. And so it just seems odd to me that the residents there wouldn't have a right or we wouldn't have a right as a city, for example, to go on that property and disseminate information such as this. They may say mail it, right? That's what I think they've told me, which we do, but it's just strange to me. And I'm just curious as to what, I don't know if it's First Amendment, Second Amendment, whatever amendment's applicable to being able to have access to some of this information seems important to me. But that's a long-winded, weird question, but if you can make sense of it.
No.
And if you could.
I understand what you're asking. Most mobile home parks are private property, and they have restrictions on solicitations and all sorts of things go on the property. I don't know if Jeff and his team have been working with the management of the parks to see if they can go door to door, but that's probably the easiest and best way. We can also look at whether or not there's another way to gain access, but I suspect that the most direct way is to work with management.
Right, and we have had contact with our housing department, which obviously has relations with those owners. We've had limited success, to be honest, for the reasons that the council member just outlined. So I do agree that the phone banking could be a good approach. Maybe hiring folks from the mobile home parks could be another option. Again, those folks that are trusted and understand the community.
Yeah, and I know and I suspect other council members and maybe even the mayor can attest to this, but what we've done at times during election time, we actually pair up with residents that live there, and they walk alongside us as we go talking to residents. And so to the extent you can pair up with some folks that already live there and team them up with a hired individual, whatever, or hire them directly, I think it'd be great.
Okay.
Anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
And be nice to them. That helps too.
That is very true.
Remember Carrasco.
Hi, thank you. Well, let's stay a little bit on the census issue, if you will, because of course, the city of San Jose in general is doing fantastic. And if you could just put up that slide, Jeff, or who had the slide? Was it Kim or Jeff? Do you mind sharing it?
That's me. Sorry, council member. Let me try and get that shared with the group.
So in looking at that, it's such a great statistic to be able to brag and tout that we're doing this well. But as the representative of District 5, and I'm sure as the representative of District 7 for Maya Esparza, and of course Alviso, so shout out to Councilmember Dieppe, because we need to pay attention to what's happening in Alviso. And I don't know if you have those maps, Lee.
Next one, Lee. Yeah.
Yep. That's a huge concern. Can you zoom in a little bit into just those areas of concern?
You know what? I don't have the ability to do that with the
You don't?
PowerPoint. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
So I just really am hoping that everybody takes a look at that, because even though I'm the representative of District 5, Councilmember Esparza is the representative of District 7, of course Alviso falls in the jurisdiction of Councilmember Diep. This really is an issue and of concern to the entire city of San Jose and to all of the council members. And so I'm going to, do a little call to action to all the council members who have staff to spare, especially if you have bilingual staff. And especially right now, and I don't know what kind of issues everybody's dealing with, but we only have 43 days to turn the tide. And every person that is not counted is $1 not channeled into those communities, which means that we have to tap into our general fund to fill in the gaps for whatever needs and issues that come up that we get cheated out of because we don't count those individuals. And so the current administration did a fantastic job. This is the one thing that they did very, very well. They campaigned on fear mongering, instilling fear, intimidating, attacking every opportunity that they had. And for whatever reason, the voter thought that it was a great opportunity to vote him in. And what he's done, for those that are unaware of it still, he's instilled fear, at least in my community and in my residents. Shortly after he was elected into office, I had the privilege of going into the schools and having very, very, very thoughtful, very painful conversations with our students. Conversations that quite frankly, I just never thought that regardless of the position that I'd ever have in this career, that I'd ever have to have with young people. And they went something like this. The fear that I have is that when that bell rings, I will go outside and my parents will not come to pick me up because they will be picked up by ICE and I will never see them again. Those were the words out of babes' mouths that I had to listen to one after the other. And they were very real fears. And so what do you say to a 7th grader, an 8th grader, a 6th grader? And by the way, we're pretty tough on the east side. These kids are no one's fools. They've been through a lot. They're tough kids. And these are kids that I had to face with tears rolling down their eyes as they talked about the very real pain and fear of not being picked up by their parents. So I share this with you because this is what a lot of our families are experiencing when we talk about turning over very intimate information about their lives now that the census is here. Now, it doesn't mean that we can't still go in there and convince them, but we have to do so with individuals that they trust and that look like them, or at the very least can go in and make a compelling argument as to why not turning in the information is actually going to be more hurtful to them and to their children and to our community. So when I look at the map that was provided to me on District 5 and District 7, we are underperforming in every single census tract. So I want to repeat that again. We're underperforming in every single census tract. And so what's more alarming, and I can't share this, I should have sent it beforehand, and I apologize, but I'll go ahead and actually send it to all the council districts, because I think that it's important for all of us to know what's happening in the rest of the city, because this will take a toll on our general fund if we have to later on fill in the gaps and then pull monies from other areas, especially as the economy has now taken a dive due to COVID-19, especially as COVID-19 has really impacted my district, in District 7, big portions of District 3, and several zip codes in District 8, I might add. But there's a California index, it's called the Hard to Count Index. And I'll spare you all the numbers, but when you start getting into the 60s, and especially it's from 0 to 125, Jeff, can you correct me, or can you add a little depth to that? It's from 0 to 120, 125?
I think it's 125.
125. And the higher you go, the worse off or the harder to count is that community or that census tract. And that census tract is defined by language barrier, educational levels, having young children, being renters, undocumented, low income, I think I might have said that already, living in multi-generational families, homelessness, LGBTQ as well, a distrust in government. I mean, you're basically describing almost my entire community, not the whole thing, but really a very, quite the majority of my district. So there is no wonder why we're underperforming. But on top of that, when you see already the compound of COVID-19, when you have all of the other issues that you've heard me already talk about, you've heard me already make a plea in so many other votes that we've had, I'm going to make a request yet again, as we are looking to see how we increase our return on our census forms for Councilmember Esparza's and my district. I'm going to ask each and every one of my colleagues to please consider shifting some of your staff time into canvassing and phone banking for our districts as well as for Alviso, because this will have untold ramifications for our districts for years to come, for years. And finally, what I might want to add, that for me, the saddest, the most critical piece of all, aside from the fact that we're going to be tapping funds from our very, very stretched general fund, and I don't know where we're going to get all the funding that we're going to need, especially for all of the crises that we're about to face in the coming years, that we're about to see communities in its entirety erased from the history of San Jose. So I want to repeat that. Because we're not pulling these folks out and they will not be counted, they will in essence be erased because they will not be on paper. And we know, especially for all of my council colleagues who love data, who love numbers, who love to research, you know that this is true. If it's not on paper, it does not exist. If you cannot look it up, it does not exist. If you cannot tally the numbers, you do not exist. And so if our communities are not counted, regardless of the hue, of the color of your skin, regardless of your language, of the papers that are in your back pocket, whether they're there or not, you have the right to services, and we will supply them to you. But if you are not on paper, you do not exist. So they will continue to take a toll on our budget, but we will not be able to exercise their right. And so I'm going to ask again, my council colleagues, please, if you have staff and now they're not going to events, they're not going to nighttime banquets, we're not sending them to a lot of other things that we had hired them to do. 43 days is what I'm asking. 43 days to phone bank, 43 days to canvass and pull people from their homes in a safe manner and to fill out those forms so that every single person can be counted. One of the things also that I just learned just a couple of days ago, for whatever reason in my community, when they do fill out the census, they don't count babies. And I don't know if there's a miscommunication. I don't know exactly where the mishap is there, but we need to make sure that everybody is counted in that blended family. And even those newborns that they're just bringing home, we need to make sure that those newborns are getting services, that our businesses who are figuring out where to set up shop, where to set up those business hubs, those industrial parks, what have you, that they know that the density of San Jose exists on the east side of San Jose, and they need to set up those businesses. They need to set up thriving businesses. There's a lot of expendable money, by the way, up in the hills. There's a lot of very well-educated individuals up in the hills ready to spend money on Whole Foods, on Trader Joe's, on a Chili's. And I keep telling them, they don't know that you're here. Wait till the census comes around, but you got to fill it out and you got to let them know how much you're making so that they know that they can get their fair share of that, of your expendable income. So again, last thing I'll say, Mayor, is we have to make sure that everyone is counted. I've said this before, Eastside matters. It matters now more than ever, given the conditions of our economy and how COVID-19 has just ravished these communities. And we have to do everything that we can to make sure that they're counted so that our city as a whole gets their fair share of that, $1.5 trillion that everybody's going to be fighting for. And the city of San Jose deserves it because we're a city that takes care of our residents, and we need to make sure that they're counted so that we can get those funds and we can invest in infrastructure and in services for every single one of our residents. So with that, I want to thank our staff because I know that you're out there working against all odds. The last thing, the one thing I will say is I'm not completely in agreement with some of the tactics. We'll talk about it offline a little bit. Just a couple of things that I just don't think work. I think we're beyond Facebook. I think we're beyond digital. These communities don't look at that. Unless you're going to be very laser being targeted at maybe the youth, and it's a strategic messaging that you're going after youth and asking them to get their parents to fill it out. But the message is so strategic and so intentional that it's aimed at them to get them to convince their parents to fill it out. And you go through that. Kids understand equity. Kids understand what it means to have great roads, and they understand what it means that, that their parents aren't going to, endure the ramifications unless they don't fill it out, and then they're not going to get the services. But the other is the kiosks. It's going to be intensive manpower to be out there sterilizing a kiosk because we're not having events. So you're going to have people out there in the blazing sun trying to fill out, the questionnaire. And I just don't think it works. I think right now, this is a campaign. And for anyone that's ever run for office, the mayor and my council colleagues, the people who are hard to count are these. It's that last 30 or 40% of the voters that are never going to vote. That no matter what you do, they're never going to vote, right? These are the people that you don't even mail to. So these are the people that they don't even get mail. They may or may not be registered to vote. And so you skip over their houses. You don't even go knock. You don't send your team over there because you know that it's just not going to happen. And when it's a tight race, so for us, it's a tight race. It's 43 days. When you know it's a tight race, where do you send your team? You send them to the high voter turnout communities, the ones that the 3 out of 4, the 4 out of 4, and maybe every once in a while you might throw in a brand new voter, but it's going to be a whole different strategy. So that's what this is. It's those voters that just never vote. So that's why you have to be so much more strategic. You got to hit their door. You got to convince them. They have to look, the people that knock on their door have to look like them. And you have to just be at their door and convince them why it's a good thing. So they're never going to fill anything out at a supermarket. So that's it. Thank you so much, Mayor. And thank you so much to my council colleagues, because I know that I can depend on your assistance to make sure that our city prospers with all the money that belongs to us.
Thank you. I inadvertently passed over public comment. What I'd like to do is go to public comment now and then come back to council. I know several council members would still like to speak. We're going to have a very long meeting tonight, I expect, based on all the matters we still have before us. And so I'm going to restrict public comment to 1 minute, and that hopefully will enable us to get all of our work done by midnight. Scott Largent. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Very interesting to listen this afternoon. Of course, I'm multitasking at work. My concern with a lot of the feedback right now from the panel, from the police department, because that's the direction that I'm trying to kind of push this comment right now. My concern, we talked about burglary. We talked about a lot of the different units of the San Jose Police Department. Why am I running into people that are in charge of these departments? Why are they all out working for the secondary employment store? I mean, working for secondary employment. Why is the head of burglary opening the door up at the Apple store for people to return products? You know, I know you guys did an audit years back in regards to this stuff, but are the people they keep saying that are supposed to be at the table there? Because they're making 3 times as much just moonlighting. So I hope we can all get to the table and we can look into that, because we're just not showing up on time. So thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy Taylor.
Hi, just a quick side comment. I think Chief Deputy Randall presented really well, and I really hope that we consider her for next San Jose Police Chief. And with regards to everything that you're doing, I think a lot of it's great. I just request that you put a specific focus on East San Jose first. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert Gary.
Yeah, several things I'd like to comment on. Certainly on the census, I didn't see any outreach to the unhoused community. I think that's a big portion that's distributed throughout the entire city, and it's not actually being reflected in that map. I think that's something we need to focus on. I'd also like to talk about the police and specifically what they're doing. And the let me look at it real quick. I lost my notes. Anyway, this is not going well. Shoot. I'm so sorry. You caught me off guard. I didn't think it was going to be this soon. Anyway, we need to outreach to the people that are unhoused. We need to get more advocates involved in doing that and reaching out. We need to equip them with whatever they need, whatever forms or whatever software they need in order to go out and reach out to those people as much as we can. I'll comment on whatever I was supposed to comment when I remember. Bye.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 5140, welcome. I believe you're still muted, your device is. Your phone appears to be muted. I think you have to push star 6, is that right? Yeah, asterisk 6. If you can push the asterisk, then the 6, that'll get you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is just directed at the city and county of San Jose. Just wants to keep passing rules and laws and having San Jose PD, arrest people for not having a mask and all. I mean, it's just ridiculous. By the way, the Zoom is no good. I have to call through my phone because the Zoom is bad. The 311 app is bad. I hear hours of Carrasco complaining about everything. This city just needs to invest more in its infrastructure. How are we supposed to pay for all these people to make sure the people on the east side vote? You have to have due diligence to vote. You can't force people to do it either. Bottom line, San Jose and Santa Clara County, the decisions that are made and how you drone on for hours and hours and hours about worthless things is disgusting. And as a taxpayer, I'm fed up. If I could vote everybody out on that city council, I would. Well, I like depth.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Can I be heard? Hopefully I can. I will try to continue here.
Fine, thank you.
Yeah, if I can, 50 seconds. I hope you're really working on fixing the Vietnamese app language interpretation on the Zoom app. I hope we got all our good energy to work on that. I would like to understand the logic to ask them to stop that practice. And with 30 seconds, I really hope we can work on how owners and tenants do not have to fight over housing issues. There's good practices being set up for all sides to have rent forgiveness and mortgage forgiveness. That will be my constant message that I'll deliver here every week at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. The person identifies SJFJC.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Melissa Luke, and I work in AUG's program for survivors of domestic violence and human trafficking. Thank you to the council for giving us the opportunity to share the lived experience of survivors and the advocates that support them. I'm speaking in response to the DV incidents data and in support of Councilwoman Arenas' memo regarding the Police Department Duty Manual's amendments. As a victim service provider with community offices in both West and East San Jose, we often see the communication gap between law enforcement and our communities, especially communities of color, immigrants, limited English-speaking families. We have seen client requests for all services double during this time. Typically, criminal justice systems see 5% of Asian and Pacific Islander women, and we see the other 50%. So we support any efforts to have a coordinated community response that is culturally responsive and involves policy change. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Elliott?
Hello, thank you so much for your time. My name is Erica Elliott. I'm the sexual assault program manager at Community Solutions. I wanted to thank you all for your support in the past years. I'm here to support the recommendations and changes by Councilmember Arenas' office. Calling for someone calling 911 is a hard decision, deciding if they want people to know what's happening to them. They feel ashamed, scared, feel fearful. It takes a lot of strength for somebody to call and make that decision. So for documenting a lot of these incidences properly helps to show a pattern of harassing behavior, and that can unlock ultimately other options for survivors to explore. And also by helping to ensure that all survivors are provided with information and connected to community services agencies, help prepare them and give them options not to walk alone, to know that they have housing availability to them, that there's support when they're ready. It helps to create more options for survivors to be able to leave and stay healthy, and helps our community as a whole be a healthier community. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 1367, welcome. Welcome.
Yes, yes, thank you. This is Lillian from District 6. Congratulations to Deb Davis. Violence against women, and it trickles down to children. I know I experienced it when my kids were younger. They're adults now, but some of them still have residual effects from that. I survived it, but when you release perpetrators out into the community and bond them out, that gives them the opportunity to kill their victims. And it happens again and again and again. Chief Randall, I hope you can address this. I know you mentioned something about healthy relationships in schools. I subbed for 10 years, but it's a very, very complicated kind of a message to get across to young people. I don't know how you can think that you can possibly do that without the help of all those other groups out there. You're going to have to reach out. And secondly, I can say that, my recommendation is that it is an epidemic in our society. Just read the papers and listen to the news. Usually those victims end up dead. And congratulations once again to Deb Davis. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucia Garcia? Ms. Garcia, your device appears to be muted right now, so we're not able to hear you yet. If you could take the mute off your device. It appears it's still muted, so we're not able to hear you. You press the unmute. I believe it's on the bottom left corner.
Hello?
Oh, there you are. Welcome.
Oh, hi, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can.
Hi, my comment is for Councilmember Carrasco. I agree with everything she says. She's the greatest. She's the best. But I would like to address the COVID-19 pandemic right now. I don't know how serious you are, because every time I drive by your district, especially by what's it called, by Center, I see a lot of restaurants and people is even dancing and not keeping social distance or even wearing a mask. So when you address your concern about the hotspots, I just wonder how serious you are about addressing this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly McLeod?
Hi, my name is Molly McLeod, and regarding COVID-19, I'm really looking forward to the workshop that is going to be held on Monday related to the PG&E power shutoffs. My concern is the level of outreach to most impacted communities, which are people with disabilities and multiply marginalized people. So people who are Black, Brown, Indigenous, people of color, LGBTQ plus, homeless, elders. The basics of outreach aren't happening. The generational divide in economy and investment, it just doesn't make sense to be putting so much into policing and not enough into relationships. And that's why the death tolls will continue to go up.
Thank you. Lori Valdez?
Hi, so yeah, I'm the report on all this investing and stuff, and we're talking about investing for domestic violence, where
Ms. Valdez, it's very difficult to hear you right now.
who are being impacted and nobody's doing nothing. And so we need to reinvest in our communities. We need to stop putting so much money in an entity that is causing, trauma in our communities and acting like they're saviors when they're not. Right now, their violent pattern of behavior is disgusting, and they're not good role models for our children who are supposed to look up to them, because they are hurting many families. And I just want you guys to understand, the families need to be at these decision-making tables, because you all don't know what it feels like to walk in our shoes. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Soto?
Yeah, good afternoon, Council. I think we're getting to a point where the consequences of neglect, of literally decades of neglect, is coming to a head. And I think that if we look at it and we look at it accurately and admit that a lot of the neglect, past and current future, has created this critical mass that we're reaching here in the city. As far as the officers are concerned, I respect the fact that you put on a badge and a gun, and we afford you that responsibility. That is a heavy responsibility and burden to carry. However, because of that burden, we do expect more from you, because you do put a gun on, you do swear an oath to protect the citizens of the city. And so I'm hoping for a healthy discussion about those responsibilities later on in the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor Schuyler? Excuse me, Victor Schuyler.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say that our city is about to have a huge deficit after COVID-19, and I think this is a great opportunity to rethink about where we're putting our money, particularly the police department, which seems to get a disproportionately large part of the budget.
Victor,
I don't believe that they've earned that amount, and I think we should reconsider where we're putting our money.
Victor, we're just talking about item 3.1. All right, thank you. Alyssa? Alyssa, your device appears to be muted right now. If you could press the unmute button, it should be on the bottom left corner of your screen. Welcome.
Yeah.
We can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So firstly, I just want to acknowledge that we are living on occupied Ohlone land. I just have a question and comment in regards to the 3 cooling centers. I'd like to know what the occupancy capacity for each location is. Not sure why this information is so hard to find, but I imagine it is because the capacities are extremely low due to social distancing needs in the facilities, which makes sense. But yeah, it really bothers me that Sam Liccardo has been talking a lot of trash about PG&E, yet offers no real solutions. The 3 cooling centers are not good enough for a city with thousands of unhoused residents, let alone those residents, plus the residents who are dealing with extended power loss during this heat wave. So I just, please do a better job for your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Hedges?
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and the council. I agree with what the previous speaker has been saying about reconsidering how much of our budget goes to the police and how inadequate the cooling centers are. And we're probably going to have, I doubt that things are going to be better with the pandemic in the winters. We need to worry about warming shelters and shelter from the rain as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brenda Sendejas?
Hi, I just wanted to give a comment. I've been driving around Tropicana Fridays afternoons, and I see a lot of people still gathering, a lot of restaurants. I see clubs open around that area, and nobody's wearing a mask. These are some of the concerns that I've been seeing. I don't know how we're going to control COVID-19 when we're still socializing in events. And I'm not saying like a small gatherings, it's packed. And if you guys ever look around there, you will see how packed these areas are. And I just want to tell you guys again to open the steamers outside so people can cool off. We still have a lot of homeless outside, and it's been hot and I haven't seen them on. And it would be nice to have those on so people can cool off there. And that's all. Thank you. You guys have a great day.
Thank you. All right, returning to council now. We will go next to Council Member Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of, I actually was only going to ask about childcare, but I have a couple of questions that have come up during the discussion. One about the census, Jeff. There's a little bit on this slide about unified approach with county. And I was wondering how much resources are we providing versus what they're providing, and how much of it is coming from the federal government in terms of making sure that we get everybody counted?
That's a very good question, council member. Let's see. So the city has put forward from the 1920 budget, general fund contribution of $625,000. We carried over to this year roughly about $190,000. Most of that is still available. So that's the money that we would use to, when we were bringing back park recreation leaders and potentially providing additional funding to community-based organizations that still have the capacity to help us out with the canvassing effort and the phone banking effort. The county, I don't know the exact number, but they've gotten significant amounts coming from the state so in the millions, and I don't know the exact number. Plus, the county has put their own general fund dollars into this. Roughly, I think that amount is somewhere between $4 to $5 million. It may be slightly in excess of that. And so that's what they've been doing to fund the community-based organizations, their media outreach, and their own staff to support the census outreach efforts. There's been no money directly that the federal government has provided for census.
Okay, so some of it came from the state, but it went directly to the county for this purpose?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, that's helpful to know. I didn't remember that. I knew we had allocated some, but I didn't remember.
And then United Way did receive a contribution as well of the Bay Area from the state, and they provided those funds to community-based organizations working in different counties within the Bay Area. And there are probably about 20 or so organizations that are working here in Santa Clara County with that money.
Okay, great. That's good to hear. And then in terms of kind of what we're expecting, I appreciate the map. As a couple of council members stated, I am one of the council members who very much finds data to be illuminating, and am very disturbed about districts 3, 4, 5, and 7. What are we expecting? Are we expecting in the 100, like everyone, are we expecting to be able to get to the 100 to 110%? Or are there areas of the city that may have shifted demographics where we have had fewer households for whatever reason?
Yeah, I think in the targeted areas that we're talking about, in District 3 as well, District 4, 5, and 7, where you do have that. I mean, these are, again, are historically hard to count, and because of all the challenges we've had pre and post-COVID, they become even harder to count. So that is really where, not exclusively, but where we are primarily going to focus our canvassing efforts.
Yeah.
So our hope would be to bring those as close as we could. You know, those that are in the 50s, get them as close to 60%. Those that are in the 60s, get them closer to 70%. It's going to require a monumental effort in the 43 days that we have, though, because the response rate is very low right now. So we have to shift the dynamic of how we're interacting with the communities. And I know there are examples down in Los Angeles where they've done this. They've done widespread canvassing, and it has provided a significant uptick in the overall response rate.
And is there, so we have, I know in at least some of those areas, we have multiple households like multiple families per house or housing unit. Is there a question that we're asking specifically about that so that we can make sure that they're not just talking about their own family if you know, it's one family in one bedroom and another family in another bedroom, and you happen to get, you know, the bedroom with the person who answers the door is one of the bedrooms and not the other?
Yeah, we want to count everyone, you know, family members, friends, whatever it might be. We're trying to count everyone in that household. At the event that we were at D7, the people that responded, there were, you know, quite a few households that responded that had 10 or more people living there. So again, one household can be multiple people as you're referencing. And yes, that is part of the protocol to make sure that as we're talking or as the enumerator is talking, and the Census Bureau is out in the field right now too, doing their enumeration. So that's another party that we need to coordinate with. But that is making sure and just emphasizing the importance of counting everyone in the household.
And how is the so I know normally we hadn't, or normally there's a door-to-door effort ongoing from, I believe, the spring. Is the reason we only have 43 days because we've been given the all clear to do door-to-door, and then there was this September 30th deadline put in place? Or why is it like this hurry up now?
Yeah, I think because the county has begun to mobilize their canvassing effort. I do think that, you know, with the support that we're getting through the EOC, it allows us kind of a new opportunity to begin to do that canvassing effort. Obviously, with all the social distancing and the safety protocols in place. And that is something that we're dealing with the safety committee on right now. And we hope to have those approvals within the next 24 hours.
Okay, thank you. That was going to be my next question, was about PPE and safety protocols. So I appreciate you anticipating that. And then I did want to ask, thanks, Jeff. Those are all my questions on the census. One of the questions about the cooling center from the public, I know for overnight warming locations or for warming centers, we had criteria for when we opened them. Do we have criteria for when we open cooling centers? So I know we had them open Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but I just checked my phone and it's 99 degrees today with 49% humidity. So do we have cooling centers open today, and how do we get that messaging out when we open cooling centers?
Hi, Councilmember John Cicerelli, Director of Parks and Rec. So we do have cooling centers open today, and they'll still be open tomorrow, even though the temperature is going to trend a little bit more downward. So they've been open since Friday. And typically two of the biggest factors is hitting 96 degrees and that there's a heat advisory that's been issued. And those tend to be our triggers. And then we start working from there.
So is that something just in general that we could let the public know if it's 96 degrees, if it's going to be 96 degrees out, the cooling centers are likely to be open, just in general? Because I was putting out information about Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I didn't put anything out about, yesterday, today, and tomorrow at that time, right? Because I didn't know they were going to remain open.
Yeah, we could definitely get more details to all of you as council members. We did go through the EOC, so it was an EPIO release on the cooling centers. So it is out there. We just weren't going through the offices. Part of that's probably because we initially started with being open Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. But then as we got into the weekend and realizing it was going to continue into the next week, we just extended it. And so that was sort of done on the fly. So maybe the communication wasn't as neat as it could have been. However, we have a lot of participation. In fact, in some cases, we're seeing record participation over the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the power outages, people there was definitely the need. And to that point, with the distancing, what is our capacity like for those?
It's much less. We're not near our capacity right now. Over the weekend, we opened 3 cooling centers, but we could always open more if we're worried about capacity. As you're probably aware, Camden Community Center, which is a cooling site, lost power, and it lost it for many hours. So we had to move everybody to Willow Glen really quick. But we still had over 60 people come by and cool down that afternoon. So we know it was getting used. We know the word was getting out there. But we're not near our capacity in terms of the people we're seeing. We've got quite a bit more, but it is very different under social distancing rules. It cuts our capacity substantially.
Yeah. Okay. And these are not. I guess a lot of community centers are within, inside the neighborhoods, and we don't have all of them available as we normally do, right? Because they're not just open like they would normally be open. Is that correct?
Yeah, and not all community centers are created equal. One of the ways we look at cooling centers is what amenities does it have to offer? What can we provide for people? What kind of space do we have? How effectively Can we use the space that's there? Camden's a great example. You know, we still have shelter there for homeless families, but it's such a big sprawling site. Under normal conditions, we could with the Red Cross, we could house 333 people there under normal conditions. That's how big and sprawled out that site is. So we're able to run a community center on one side of the campus and have a shelter on the other side and not mix the groups. So when we look at community centers like a Camden, that's going to be better than some others that are much smaller, right? And you can only get a certain number of people in there. You only have so much square footage. Maybe the bathroom facilities aren't that great because it's old. So all those things come into factor, plus the geographic location. You know, you want to be near populations of people.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And knowing that 96 degrees and a heat advisory, that's helpful for us to just know kind of generally when they're going to be open. Since we had the EPIO on earlier, Dave, I'll ask, do we just have like public service announcement slots just in general kind of reserved on various radio stations that we can get these kinds of notifications out for people on a moment's notice, where we put something more generic like, you know, an anti-litter campaign if we don't have these kinds of notifications, but if we do, we can slot in, hey, cooling centers are open, those kinds of things. Do we just have public service on radio in particular, where it would be more accessible to people who maybe are not online and with social media?
Yeah, so thank you, Councilmember. I don't know, Lee, if you can help, or if Carolina or Colin are on to kind of help. We have the capacity, obviously, to put a message out in many ways, but I want to make sure that we're describing it accurately.
Yeah, so Councilmember, I don't believe that they're on, actually, so apologize for that. We do have capacity to do radio ads, and it's something that the team has explored as we've been doing the planning for other events, especially future PSPS events. So it's definitely something the team has kicked around. For this past weekend, we used social media kind of in the 4 languages that has proved to kind of be our farthest and most specific reach to date. But I think as we come back in 2 weeks, we're going to hone in on particular different strategies around the EPIO branch and how we communicate, not just around COVID-19, but some of the other possible disasters that we could be facing in 2020. So I'll have the team kind of make sure that we hit on that topic when we come back.
Okay, great, thank you. And then to the questions that I actually had meant to ask about the childcare, I really appreciate this. I really appreciated the work that's been put in so far. I'm trying to get to the slides, especially because we're on the 2nd week of school for San Jose Unified, and I know that other districts are just starting this week. So I think it's timely, and I'm glad that we're going to be able to meet some of the needs, but I wonder about a couple of things in terms of working with the districts for the referrals. How are the districts getting that information? I'm going to admit I didn't take the San Jose Unified gave a survey at the end of the week, and my husband took it. I didn't take it, so I don't know if they asked that question. Is that, Jill, kind of how are they going to find people?
Yeah, so when we talked with the district superintendents, the sense was that it would be through the teacher relationship with the students. And so they're rolling out a bunch of information and trying to connect. As you know, there are so many different variables for all the classes right now that it's challenging. But that's why we said we're open to other partnerships, because there were some districts that were very eager to partner and already had ideas about making that referral. The referral does a few things. It keeps the connection back to the classroom. It allows for us to have hopefully a more seamless transition of supports like the school meals, because that was an issue of how are we going to get that in place. And then trying to keep pods together that might be in the same school and all of that sort of thing. So there are benefits to doing that way, but if we're finding that it's not working, we're definitely open to other mechanisms. I think the main driver also was that we are limited in the number of slots that we can provide because the pods are 12 children, because of the staffing limitations. So I think that we're looking to also scale if we find that these slots fill up quickly.
Yeah.
We're open to suggestions as well.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I just, so just a personal experience, and you may be experiencing this, Jill, in your household as well. So we have 2 kids, both in high school, but they're at different high schools. They're just keeping their schedules straight. So we finished day 4. One of them is sitting next to me right now. We finished day 4 of school today, and we're still figuring out which kid is supposed to be in which class at any given time period. And that's one, just 2 kids. And so I'm wondering how the 12, kind of what that stable cohort looks like. Are you trying to get them to be in the same, like you might have 4 kids in the same household, or even 2 kids in the same household who are very differently aged, or even like mine are very close in age but go to different schools and have very different schedules. How's that going to work even with one classroom of 12?
I think that's the questions you're asking are the questions we have, and John can pipe in as well, that our staff are just ready to problem solve as usual. We've definitely identified, as I have at home, that ensuring that kids have headphones and that staff are able to sort of, that we have more than 2 staff per pod so that you can have multiple supports going on. But that knowing the schools are really challenged to implement this, that we're in a lot of unknown variables. And so it is challenging. I know that we would like to move faster. And our goal, what we've been trying to do, the team's been very gung-ho just to try to get something going and know that we're going to have to problem solve quite a bit.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I wish I had any words of wisdom. The only thing that we've found is, this is super low tech advice. But the thing that we found to be most helpful was actually printing out the schedule and having handwriting in, each period what the class is for each day. And we refer to that, we keep one with each kid and then one on the table in our kitchen so that we can refer to it at any given time next to the clock. So that might be something, just, I'm thinking like tape it to the back of their chair so that you can see at any one time where they're supposed to be. And that doesn't even get into the tech issues that frankly my husband keeps troubleshooting and was troubleshooting multiple times today. So
I just saw a parent post online about using like that 3-part poster board that you use for science projects, and creating kind of cubicles where each child can post their schedule and all of their belongings as a way to create that sort of temporary space as well. So we're looking at all different options.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful. And since you're going to have stable groups of 12, you're going to want individual kids probably in the same spot every day anyway, just for the sanitation aspect, the health aspect of it. So that, I think that makes a ton of sense. And then hopefully, it can be a little homier for them as well. Yeah, I think I'm excited that we're doing this. I'm glad we're doing it. I would really like to know kind of how it goes and how we can get people referred. I think if we have trouble filling up the spots, I think that's going to be an indicator, not that there's not a demand, but that the word is not getting out. That's my thought there. What is the county doing around childcare? I want to make sure that, our residents know kind of what's everything that's available. Are we duplicating efforts? Are they doing some of the same stuff at any of their sites?
The county office of ed or the county itself?
Either one.
Yeah, we've been working extensively with the county office to understand what different schools are able to provide. But in general, the schools are very limited. And the county, I'll have to follow up with them. We've been working with them extensively on the 0 to 5 work, and haven't heard much about the out of school time, the sort of school day support work. So we can follow up with them and find out if they are running programs.
Okay. Yeah, that would be helpful. And then in terms of the scholarship criteria, is the scholarship criteria, I guess I've never seen one of the forms. I should have looked at it beforehand, but how hard is that to fill out? What kind of information do you look for? Is it easy to fill out?
I'll take that. I'm going to ask Hal Spangenberg to pipe in a minute. He's our division manager, so he's more familiar with the application than I am. But the standard to qualify is just being able to demonstrate some form of public assistance or unemployment or things like that. So it's not an income qualification thing. It's just demonstrating some kind of assistance or need that you have. And then Hal, who I believe is in here, can comment on what's involved in the actual application.
Thanks, John. Yeah, and just to follow up on the qualification piece, free and reduced lunch is a qualifier as well. So that'll be pretty easy for our referral process. Showing the free and reduced lunch letter qualifies you for a scholarship, qualifies you for proof of residency, and then it's a one-page application form that's just basic information. It's going to be your name, your address, emergency contact information, and that's it.
Okay. And it looked like you had there was some number that I was looking at for the summer program. You had said, I can't find it now, but it looked like over half of the attendees for the summer program had been on scholarship.
About 60%.
60%. Yeah, that's what I thought I had seen. I'm just wondering, I'm trying to figure out, the cost benefit of making the program have no cost, because it lowers the barrier to get people in and helped, and it also lowers the burden to have to process those applications, I'm thinking.
Well, the application collects some important information like emergency contacts and stuff like that. So we would
have to do that.
Still need collecting. Yeah. I don't think the application's the barrier. I agree though that the money can be a barrier, and so that's certainly a situation we're open to trying to do our best with. But like I said, right now we've got about $600,000 left in scholarships, so you can only stretch that so far.
Right. Yeah, I understand that. And this would be something, and I know we've probably spent it multiple times already, Lee, but this would be something that that would qualify for Relief Act money. Is that correct?
I believe we're going to have a conversation on that under 3.5, if I'm right, Lee. Yeah.
You are, but to answer your question, council member, yes, it is eligible with the pot of money of the coronavirus relief fund. So yes.
Okay. And so this, I'm just looking at the offering the programs, the slide 25, offering the programs for low and no cost. This would be additive. So you would have to add all three columns and you get to about $2 million. Just
yeah,
over
the total cost
we're going to do
be about
all
2 million if we did it all. Yeah. everything. That's preschool too.
And then do the scholarships relate to that, John?
Excuse me?
The scholarships, how would that be utilized then with the total 2 point?
Yeah, we could start with the pile of money that's scholarships, and then if we want to spend all that money, which is an option, we can spend it all on this. Just remember what I said earlier in the presentation. That's all the scholarship money we have left for the whole rest of the fiscal year. So there wouldn't be scholarships anymore after December for any kind of program, unless we made an appropriation or did something, in the mid-year or something.
Does that scholarship money, John, for the whole fiscal year, since our fiscal, I'm trying to just think of the timing, it would cover rock normally, like after school care, and it would cover some preschool, and then does it cover any of the summer programs normally, or does that come out of, did we already spend that for this? Like that comes out of the.
Yeah,
20.
that was, yeah. So we usually start off with a little more than $1 million.
Okay.
And so that 60% of summer camp users, that came from that pot of money.
Okay. But normally, does summer split between 2 fiscal years normally? Because summer, school lets out at the beginning of June and we start summer programs.
Yeah, it's a whole new cycle. So
we have to be thinking that far in advance to next summer.
Yeah, I mean, we even have to be, well, when we even probably have to be thinking, at least on some level, it's not certainly definitive, but what happens in January? Right now, if we spend all that money now, we wouldn't have any scholarships for these programs come January. We're not sure if we're going to there will still be this need to do this in January. So it's a little bit of a gamble, but it's just there's so many unknowns, just like Jill was talking about earlier. Even there's been so many unknowns just in the next week ahead, that we're going to, just like you have struggled with it. Our staff, they're going to be at a 1-to-6 ratio, which is better than school, but still,
yeah,
trying to keep 6 kids focused and going in the right direction, and as you mentioned, the school districts don't all have this ironed out either. So there's going to be mistakes on their end too. So it'll be a little bit bumpy of a ride, I think, to begin with.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, thank you. I don't have any answers either. I appreciate you guys walking me through this. I'm trying to think through it as well. And I definitely think it's the right thing to do to help, especially the parents who can't be home, whether they're, or if they're home and they need to get back to work, because it is a task to keep the kids focused throughout the day. And I don't think that's going to get there, even if the kids settle in, the normal antsiness of of kids is gonna require that sort of sustained attention from adults in the in-person sense, as opposed to just on the screen. So I'm glad we're thinking about it. I'm glad we're trying it. I really hope that we can find out how the first week goes after you guys have been through it a week, to talk about it. And even if that's just offline with me, if it's not for the full council, I'd really like to make sure that this is a success, because I think, we've said it before, and I know Supervisor Ellenberg says it all the time, and it's very true, that we have to get childcare right, and we have to get this schooling right to be able to get our economy back on track. And that is going to take all of us. And that's why I think it's so important for us to continue to pay attention to this and to make sure that it gets fully utilized. So thank you guys for working on this.
Sure.
Councilmember Diep?
Thank you. I know we're running long, so I'll keep it short. I just wanted to clarify, Lee, can you reiterate that, I know you mentioned this earlier, but you were saying that the PG&E outages happening in San Jose, I've also been told they're unrelated to the rolling blackout statewide, so far at least. But they're just a result of old infrastructure? Is that pretty much it?
That is correct. I stated that to date, none of the power outages in San Jose had been caused by the rolling blackouts. That may change tonight. However, but the ones that we experienced Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and yesterday were all due to equipment failure, whether it was the grid being overused or very old equipment.
Do we have a sense of where, like, or how many of those outages happen in San Jose? Because I heard the mayor mention somewhere in South San Jose.
Sorry, did you say something?
Yes, you did.
I know somewhere in
Thank
my
you so much, Michael. Thank you.
I can ask everyone to please mute their mics. Thank you very much.
I know somewhere in my district, at least in 2 different areas, that it happened as well. So I'm just trying to get a sense citywide. Do we know if we had infrastructure problems with the PG&E network that happened that affected what, 3 different sites, 4 different sites across the city?
Yeah, I would ask, Lori has been in contact with PG&E and has a little bit more details than I would say their public outage map provides. I know that we had issues with the Camden Community Center, and we had made plans for if the South Hall and the Convention Center went down, we had backup plans for there. But to my knowledge thus far, Camden Community Center was the only one that was out for a prolonged period of time. But again, there was a large part of South San Jose, District 2 and District 9, that were affected by old equipment.
Okay, so we could just follow up, and I'm just curious about a sense of the gravity of the infrastructure failure that impacted San Jose, since we weren't impacted by rolling blackouts. And just through our conversation, I'm hearing 4 or 5 different distinct areas that were impacted. I'm just curious about a total tally.
Yeah, I think we can, Lori and I will get those numbers and follow up with you.
Okay.
I think there were some transformers that went out, I believe is what it was.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I had transformers out in District 7 too.
Good. So I just want to hear, like, across the city where, just to get a bird eye view of the situation. To Councilmember Jimenez's conversation earlier about going into mobile homes, I've also been chased out from time to time. I've jumped gates, and whenever I get caught or held up, rather, I find that what works for me is I say, well, that's fine. You have a policy against solicitation, but I'm not soliciting. I'm electioneering, and that's part of democracy. So I go ahead and call the cops on me. Let's see what they say. And usually they back off because it's true. It is electioneering when I'm campaigning. But for the point of the census, I think that's the same kind of thing. We're not soliciting. We're not trying to sell people anything. We are doing the work of the Constitution that's in the Constitution. So I think there's an argument there. And generally, if you just kind of puff yourself up and seem like you know what you're doing, people will tend to back down. It's been my experience. So I put that out there for what it's worth. I am also very concerned with the situation in Alviso. The map that Lee put up said that Alviso was under 70%. It was in the red. But when I was talking to Jeff's team, I believe, at least as of a few weeks ago, the count in Alviso was about 40% or just over 40%. So it's actually pretty bad. And, I know that we're doing better than most other cities. 72%, I think, was the figure. But 72% is still a C. So I would like to see us, get it more than we can. In my office, I've done what I can to work with Jeff's team. This just arrived in the mail today. I put this out with office budget, telling people about the census. There's some Vietnamese, there's some Spanish and English on there, telling folks about the census. So people should be getting those in their mailboxes today and letting them know that the deadline is at the end of September. So I'll keep working with the team and we'll try to get some phone making in, like Jeff was saying. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. I just have some quick questions regarding the cooling centers, actually. I know that Camden Community Center lost its power. When did it lose its power?
Well, it's twice actually. One evening, it was either, I'm going to ask Hal to correct me here. I believe Friday night, we lost it for about an hour. just over an hour. And so we thought that was a rolling blackout, but I guess it wasn't. But then the real issue came the next day. And I believe it went out as early as about 10 in the morning. Is that right, Hal?
Yep,
And then-
10:30. Yep.
Yeah.
So the
then how long-
power outage on the 8 p.m. one, there was nobody there at the time utilizing the cooling center, so it didn't have a huge impact. But at the time of the 10:30 power outage, the cooling center opened at 1 p.m. So when staff arrived, the cooling center power was out. So that's when we kind of moved quickly to shift it over to Willow Glen, and people were there getting ready to go in and utilize the cooling center at 1 p.m.
Is the Camden Community Center open now as a cooling center?
Yes.
Okay. You know, I have to say I'm a little frustrated. The next door knew that the Camden Community Center was shut down because of power, and the council member and my office heard nothing from the EOC. Last year when we had power outages, that they were coming from the wildfires or the high winds, and we had an idea that they might be coming in our area. This month or weekend, I felt ill prepared. We put out the information very quickly that the cooling centers were open because of the heat. Then we didn't find out really until Monday, because I'm not monitoring next door, my staff is, and people are complaining that they can't reach Councilmember Foley's office, and Camden Community Center shut down, and how long is this rolling blackout going to occur? Turns out that in Cambrian, it wasn't rolling blackouts. It's, as Lee said, it's faulty infrastructure, but we had around 800 homes in 2 different areas that I know of that were out of power in District 9, really close to each other. So I would just put it out there that please let us know. I felt we've had better communication in the past on this particular issue. When we expected that we might be losing power, we were able to push it out to our communities, but we were pushing out that the Camden Community Center was open when it wasn't open, and when people were being moved to Willow Glen. That just makes us look bad, and we want to take care of our seniors who are in that area mostly, and the people who are at risk are disabled people who are on ventilators and need machines to breathe, and we can't know what's going on if we don't know what's going on at the local office. So I would just encourage you to please keep us posted, even if it's just a text. It really helps us out. So as of today, Camden Community Center is open again, and whether there's people over there or not, I don't know. So it's okay for us to continue to push out the message that Camden Community Center is open. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. And it will be open tomorrow as well.
Okay.
And
So can
we'll
I
be-
have a commitment that you'll let us know when one of our areas is impacted by a community center being shut down, for cooling centers
Yeah,
or warming
absolutely.
center for that matter?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I apologize for that. You know, we were kind of in scramble mode because Camden is also, as you know, a shelter for homeless families. So losing power to the site was a double problem for us. We were really scrambling to try to figure out how do we re-energize even just parts of the building with generators or something so that there's cooling for the families, because we don't want to be moving the families around. And then how do we find a new site to send to other people? The good news, you know, again, as I mentioned earlier, we were getting record participation at both Camden and at Willow Glen when we moved it there for the one day. So the word was getting out on some level. But we certainly should have done a better job reaching out to you. And like Councilmember Davis said, you know, the fact that then we extended the days, maybe that didn't roll out in terms of information well enough. So I will make sure that's in the forethought of my mind when we're doing cooling centers.
I appreciate it, John. And do you have generators at all of the cooling centers now, or where? I thought we had put some money into purchasing
We did.
generators so that they were available. What last year? What happened with that?
Yeah, and we were able to run some over to Camden and generate electricity there. So Public Works was able to scramble around, grab, I think they were new generators that Housing had just bought recently that we then deployed over there. But we don't have enough to have them just sitting at all the different sites and community centers. So we have to sort of react. If we lose power and we need the building, then we have to mobilize for that building.
Okay.
We
that
are,
makes
we
sense.
are going down a path where we're trying to improve that, and we have some money from Measure T to try to help with that, particularly at sites that we know will be Red Cross shelters or cooling centers and things like that. So there's more information to come on that in the coming months about Measure T money and how some of that gets spent to help improve that situation.
Okay. I appreciate that. That's all the questions I had. Everyone else asked my other questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I know that there is potentially a planned rolling shut-off here at City Hall at 6 o'clock. So we're going to burn through the 5 o'clock hour and keep going in case we're going to be shut down. And obviously, if we are shut down, we'll do what we always do, which is improvise and figure out how we'll get back up thereafter and either continue the hearing later that night or tonight or tomorrow. So we'll fill you in more as we learn more. Okay, going back to 3.1, I was hoping, Lee, you could put up that chart that you guys show every week that shows your priorities and so forth.
Sure, let me.
Key priorities and
think. And are you referring to this one, Mayor?
yeah, the highest priority actions and enabling actions supporting the response. So I guess the question I have, we have compliance with public health orders as number one, and listed there as education enforcement engagement. And then we have communications engagement with the community way down as an enabling action, number 6. And I guess I'm just raising an open question. It's not obvious to me that enforcement is our top priority, and we're trying to do a lot of things right now, from childcare to providing food to getting homeless and shelter and so forth. And I do think communications engagement with the community is super important in terms of ensuring compliance. I'm just wondering if maybe a clearer messaging, both internally and externally, would have us raising that element 6 to number 1 as part of compliance, so that they're not thought of as different things, whereby somehow or another enforcement is our top priority. I think by implication, that's what I'm concerned about, is that some kind of implication in that way. And I just raise that for you and Dave and others to consider. I know this isn't a council action or anything, but I raise it because I know that we would want to enforce, we do want to enforce wherever we think it will make a meaningful difference in saving lives and preventing spread. And I think you correctly said, Lee, that we really need the county to engage meaningfully with us about what the data really shows about where the spread is happening. We have a lot of city employees doing a lot of things right now in the EOC. In addition to some of the things I mentioned, between food and addressing digital divide issues with students and childcare and helping get homeless into shelters and so forth, all the things that we're doing in an accelerated fashion because of COVID, and pulling people off to do enforcement, to me, only makes sense if we know we're actually going to see significant improvement in the end result. And I know Councilmember Esparza understandably expressed concerns about pulling the PD off, and I've expressed to the county that, look, our model for policing in the 21st century probably does not include having police officers going to quinceañeras and telling folks to shut it down, or going to businesses where we know, having people, enforcing mask requirements in ways where we know, and particularly in communities of color and so forth, that there are just so many issues right now that we're trying to untangle around use of police department. And I think the county certainly gets that. And the question is then, who do we go to? And that is a challenge. And what is really important to me about what the data shows is, what are we learning through contact tracing that is telling us whether it is a particular kind of business, a particular kind of activity, or if this is all just happening in the home. And I remember hearing very early on in March or April that they thought that somebody here locally in the Bay Area believed, some expert had said that 80% of the contagion is happening inside the household. And in fact, I've seen that elsewhere. I know that was what the health authority said in Broward County, Florida recently. There have been others who have said something similar. And if that's really the nature of the problem, then we should be spending all of our energy making sure that a lot of our families are living in overcrowded housing, are finding ways to isolate. That is, getting the resources, getting the motel rooms, whatever they need, so that sick members of the household don't get other members of the household sick, rather than spending resources on enforcing in businesses and other places where we know there's a lot of public scrutiny already, and fair to assume, perhaps not universally, we know that there are violators, but most folks, when they're nudged, will probably comply. And so I do think it's really important for us to look at the data to really understand what exactly is going to do the most to address compliance and to really reduce the contagion. And it would be helpful to know is there data you're getting now from the county that's helping you or the rest of the team understand where or how we think the contagion is, where the spread is most likely to happen?
So, Mayor, that's an excellent point on the roadmap, and, and looking at it, I know Kip and I have talked about, this was created before the shelter in place, this roadmap, along with the council in the first few meetings. And as we kind of, even though we're still in a response mode, but we're shifting to a recovery phase as well with our community, that this really needs to be updated. And so get your point on kind of the clarity internally and externally there. As well as just the word enforcement, because there's a lot of other things in addition to education and engagement that we could be doing before we would ever get to that question of enforcement. So I think we need to look in greater detail in partnership with the county on that. We do not have access to the larger data that the county has around kind of the results of the contact tracing thus far. We've heard some anecdotal information, but I think what ends up in the media is those business or the large parties or the large gatherings. And so I know that those are an issue, but I don't know whether that is a large set of the problem or it's just the anecdotal stories that the media chooses to pick up at this point.
Right. Yeah, and I certainly understand why it makes the media when a particular business is doing something that's violative. I mean, we saw big announcements, I think, from a lot of personal care businesses throughout the Bay Area, for example, that they were going to willfully violate. I understand if you're willfully violating, that you should have a phone call coming from us or the DA saying, hey, stop violating. I guess the challenge is I think the expectation is there's going to be some proactive enforcement of some kind, and that's where you can really create a lot of heat without creating much light. And that's where I'd really like to understand if there's a particular subset of businesses we should be focusing on based on the data that would be helpful. Because as we think about the three general categories of places where people are, work, home, and then social settings, the work is probably the most controlled and observed and probably the most likely to be able to establish in a way that's safe. And I just hate to think that we're going to focus all of our energy into one place. We're going to focus it over here, like we've got this global naval strategy here, and we're going to send all of our ships to Lake Tahoe and ignore the Pacific Ocean. So anyway, I know you guys have been working on it, and it would just be helpful to understand whatever more we can learn from the data to figure out what's really going on.
And Mayor, if I could just add, I think, so absolutely, given our limited resources, we have to be sure that we're pointed in the right direction. It is going to be meaningful. There's no doubt about that. And then really, we really have to be thoughtful about, so how are we going to perform this enforcement and with who? As you pointed out to some degree on just the police, but just even with our other resources, we want to make sure that whatever staff we're putting toward this is equipped to perform the enforcement that we're asking them to do. So there's a lot we really need to think through here before we can just start throwing staff, out into this effort.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. It may be necessary based on what we learned. I look forward to hearing more. So thanks, Dave. On the issue of the census, really want to thank Vilcia and Jeff and everybody's worked so hard to get us to this point. We know we have more work to do, and I don't want to ease up here before the final sprint because we're not through the finish line yet. And I know the administration keeps trying to move the finish line around on us in ways that does not help. By the way, we're involved in litigation over that very issue, and I'm personally pretty deeply engaged in it, so I appreciate all that everyone's trying to do. I wanted to ask about the work we were doing, I think 2 years ago in 2018, with Luca and the master address file, the census, where we were working extensively to try to identify unconventional housing. That is, we know we've got a lot of families living in garages or basements or other locations where census takers are not going to be told to go. I think we found, I mean, we focused on high poverty census tracts, and I think we found more than 700 of those additional locations in the census tracts that we engaged with community groups and helping to sort of screen. And I know we had this texting app and all that kind of stuff. Did the census actually take the additional household locations from us? Did they actually use that data? And do we know if that had any impact in our ability to properly count people?
Yes, yeah. First of all, I want to acknowledge the great work of Matt Loesch and his team as well that helped us out a lot on that LUCA effort, and with the Office of Immigrant Affairs. Yeah, actually, Mayor, I believe the actual number was about 6,200 additional households were added to that.
Okay.
Right, and so that was, and that's the number that was actually, I believe, in final form accepted by the U.S. Census Bureau. So that did augment our master address database by that number. And so when the census sent out their mailers to folks to fill out the census, those households were included in that. And you're right, the targeted, and most of that outreach was to these same areas where we are suffering an undercount at this moment.
Yeah, well, I want to thank all the community partners who work with us on that. I know there were a lot of folks, nonprofits, churches, and Caesar Service, I think Myung Lee and Mauricio Garcia and Con Russo on my team, and a lot of folks, Nick Almeida, working on that. And certainly thanks to everybody, city manager's team and Matt Loesch. But what is surprising is that we added 6,200 households and we still see the numbers we do in those same census tracts, right? I mean, it is still the same places where we're not getting more than 70%. If we go back to that map, I see Matt just joined us. Maybe Matt can confirm or deny here. Is it the case that we're still looking like we're not, the census takers, we're not really getting results in those same zip codes and census tracts where we were doing that additional work for them?
Right, so that the outreach in order to add those homes involved no interaction with folks in those locations. It was more visual observation than sharing that information with the U.S. Census Bureau for their review and their approval. Again, these are just areas through the continued actions of this administration, which has significantly suppressed the response rate, Mayor. So though we have more houses that have received mailers in these times, the response rates are what they are because of those actions.
Yeah. Well, I know we're clearly exceeding what other cities are doing, but it's frustrating that we go through so much work. We do such great work in advance. So many community partners seemingly to set us up for success. The one thing I would caution folks about is this comparison to 2010, because I know that's the basis of our data. And I don't want to be Debbie Downer here, because I know people have done great work and I want to honor that. But I am concerned because I remember 2010 pretty well and being really ticked off in those days. And that's when we had Obama as a president and a U.S. Census Department actually wanted to do the counting properly, or at least the administration that did. And I still recall seeing the population in District 5 dropped between 2000 and 2010 based on the census. And I knew in my own district, where I was council member at the time, District 3, again, the number increase was really small, even though I knew we had thousands and thousands more residents because of all the development that was going on in District 3 and downtown. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm concerned that we're using 2010 as the basis because we know 2010 was so imperfect already, and I think we believe the undercount was somewhere on the order of 70,000 for that year. So I guess I'm happy to take your response, Jeff, but I'm voicing something you're probably already thinking.
Yeah, no, Mayor, I mean, every year there is some form of undercount. That's why we have these undercounted populations, and they are historically concentrated in the areas where we have the undercount in 2020. So it has been a recurrent phenomena. When we developed our outreach strategies, this time it was really, solely focused on getting to those communities and really working with partner agencies that engage with them and have their trust. So you're right, Mayor. 2010 was not a good year. We were still in the throes of the Great Recession. That was the challenge then. I would just say that, again, as commented by many of the council members and as you just stated, the actions by this administration have suppressed the people's interest. And it's not that they're not aware, it's just their interest and their sense of confidence in sharing this information.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's fear, obviously. Yeah, I understand. So could we put the chart, the map back up, just so we can look a little bit at a couple areas where I know there's been a lot of housing development, and I would have expected numbers that would have been closer to 100%. We could put that back up. Am I on the wrong screen? I'm not seeing it.
Sorry, Mayor, it's Lee.
Oh, you're okay. It's not up yet.
Yeah.
And when I'm thinking about, I know we should be concerned about all of the yellow areas that we see, for example, throughout Elm Rock and East San Jose, where we have focused, for example, in the Luca effort and also in District 7. But if we could just turn for a moment to District 3, because again, we know that there's been a lot of housing development in the last 10 years in downtown, and thousands more residents living in the core and around the core. And the fact that we'd still be in that range from 70 to 80% in an area where we've seen so much population growth. And if I could also maybe turn your attention just south of 280 to Spartan Keys, where I know, again, we've had in that 10 years, probably 4 or 5 major housing developments that have come in, adding, again, thousands more residents. And it's just troubling me that even where we're seeing large population growth, we're not seeing numbers that would tell me that folks are getting counted there. And so I wonder if part of this is, in addition to all the familiar obstacles we know about around language, around fear from individuals who are undocumented or not citizens, that maybe the multifamily developments that are just hard to penetrate with somebody who wants to knock on doors are a big challenge for us, because you physically just can't get in there.
Yeah, that definitely could be a challenge, Mayor, unquestionably. I would tell you as well that part of this undercount that you just noted is due to San Jose State and students that were not enumerated come April 1st. So that is an issue that we are trying to rectify as well. We have been working with San Jose State, working with our IGR office as well, in order to get those people counted, the students as right now, because there are about 36,000 students and that live in those areas in various facilities. And I believe that's a significant part of this undercount as well. And we will reach out to those developments that you talked about as well, Mayor. That would be part of our outreach effort as well.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you. And then there was a question, I think, from the community about homeless outreach. Can you just say a word or two about how we've been doing census outreach with the homeless?
So we've been working with a lot of community-based agencies that provide services to the homeless. There are specific dates that are established by the U.S. Census Bureau where they will go to the shelters, they will go to the soup kitchens, they will go to the actual encampments and do enumeration there on site. And there's some strict protocols for that. It's a 3-day effort. Again, I think the dates on that were September 22nd through the 24th.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to hold off to most of my questions that I have around childcare. Earlier, I apologize. My iPad just decided to update its system without my permission, and so I couldn't find my notes. But I realized that we have a whole item dedicated to this, so I'm just going to make this comment because it is in line with what we've been seeing so far, and that's how difficult it is for us to connect with the hard to reach populations. And so we saw it in census, we see it with our intimate partner violence and sexual assault. And now once again in childcare. And I'm going to use my my community as an example. There was wonderful programming that's happening at many of our community centers, summer camps, if you will, right? They're as much as summer camps as they could possibly be in safe proximity of one another. And so the first session had to be canceled for Welch. And as you all know, Welch community is one that is very much in need of this type of support. And so for me, it was, it just really showed us that if we don't use the right strategy with the right community, we're not going to get those folks in. And this has been happening pre-COVID. We've seen how some of our recreation classes have been canceled because there's just no registration. And then once we let people know, hey, by the way, you know, even the scholarship with the 75%, and I'm really happy that the team increased that amount. And I, you know, thank you, John. You've heard us loud and clear that scholarship should be increased, so that way our families have to pay less into that tuition. But even with that 25%, many families can't afford to pay for that. And so throughout the years, especially last year, our office covered that amount between what the scholarship for the city and what the parent remains owing. And so in order for them to be able to participate in classes, we really need to just have them free. And so I think it's part of what we're doing with our census population. It's part of what the targeting messaging that we need to be doing with our sexual assault and domestic violence survivors. And now with our families who are hard to reach, it's what specific strategy is going to work best. If we already can anticipate that this is a difficult population to bring in, and these are the folks that will come to our registration last, right? And then by that time, it's all full. So I think we really have to be diligent about figuring out and adapting to what works for our folks. I do got to say that I think the blend of care that we're providing and the programming is, I think, should be commended. Because we're finding a way to make it work, and people expect and love to be part of our recreation programs and services. That's what the city does really well. Well, at least PRNS is one of the things that we do very well, right? There's lots of other programs and services that we do very well, but for PRNS, we do that really well. And I think that this is an absolute opportunity for us to maximize all of those great ideas that you've been holding on to and try to think outside the box. And I'm seeing that in this childcare strategy, certainly during the summer programs. But I just want to put back on the table that we have to be diligent about those hard to count, hard to reach, hard to connect populations, because those are the folks that are going to really, they need us the most, but they're the last that we typically connect with. And so we just have to make sure that we start with that in mind when we provide any programs and services. So that was my comment for childcare. I'll leave the rest of the comments. I think 3.5 is more appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the council before we move on? All right, we'll move on then. Thanks to everybody in the city manager's team and all the departments for your presentations. Consent calendar is next. Councilmember Esparza would like to pull item 2.10, which is the application for the CARES grant. Councilmember Camus would like to pull item 2.13, which is the Assyrian Memorial Month. Are there any other items to be pulled? Okay, we'll hear from the public. I don't see, this is on the consent calendar only. Any comments on the consent calendar? I see no hands. So we'll come back to the council. Is there a motion?
So
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, that motion is on the, let's see, was that from Vice Mayor? I couldn't quite hear.
Yes,
That was on the remainder of the items, is that right?
that's correct.
Okay. Then on, let's go ahead and hear item 2.10 first. We can consider how we vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, hold on, I'm still having technical issues. There we go. So I had a question around 2.10, and because I just wanted to make it clear to folks, the memo talks about 95112, but I wanted to just really ensure that the Monterey Corridor Business Association, which goes down into 95111, will also benefit, that whole industrial zone will benefit from this small business outreach.
Councilmember Chris Burton with the Office of Economic Development. Yeah, we really appreciate the question. EDA announced this grant opportunity back in May, and sort of coming out of the work that we were doing in business response in the EOC, we kind of leapt on it and moved quickly to try and get something in place that we thought would benefit the small business community. I think we certainly recognize and appreciate your comments, and we agree that 95111 is certainly an impacted zip code, and that sort of all the work we do needed to be scalable under this program so that we can ensure that we're providing service to small businesses throughout the city, and then sort of targeting in areas of most need. But we agree, and we'll continue to sort of work with EDA as the application moves forward to provide additional consideration.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to ensure that the work of the Monterey Corridor Working Group supporting the businesses down into the corridor. I know Councilmember Jimenez and myself submitted a budget document which the mayor approved because it aligned with the work that we are all collectively trying to do with the businesses along the corridor. So I just wanted to ensure that those businesses will continue to get that support. And in fact, if we get this grant, we'll get even more than what we had originally planned through the city. So I'm looking forward to leveraging those federal dollars. And with that, I'll move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I failed to take a vote on the original motion. So let me just ask if Vice Mayor would be willing to include Councilmember Esparza's motion as part of his.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, why don't we vote on Vice Mayor Jones's motion since I failed to take a vote there. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? All right, we take it by voice because it's a consent item. Thank you. So that incorporates 210 and the rest of the consent agenda. We have one more item, which is 2.13, Assyrian Memorial Month. Councilmember Camus?
Thank you, Mayor. And quite often we actually do these with flag raisings and a little more deliberation than these COVID times allow. But I did want to, commemorate the Assyrian Memorial Month here as we do every year. And each year on August 7th, the Assyrian communities worldwide commemorate Assyrian Martyrs' Day in the remembrance of the persecution and the atrocities their global community has faced. On August 7th serves as the memorial for the Assyrians who gave their lives to the pursuit of freedom, justice, and liberty. You know, I'm actually Lebanese and Palestinian by descent and a member of a diaspora myself. And the impact of the ethnic and religious persecution is filled with pain and grief. And Martyrs' Day is another reminder, but it's also a time of renewal and recommitment to the same ideals of the fallen heroes that stood against persecution. Nearly 400,000 Assyrian Americans have made the United States their home, with over 10,000 Assyrians in the San Jose region alone. The Assyrian community has greatly enriched our nation through their leadership in business, agriculture, academia, government, science, and in the arts. And I joined the Assyrian American community in its annual observance of Assyrian Martyrs' Day to raise awareness of the suffering that befell the Assyrian people, so that we may better understand the importance of eliminating hatred and racism in our communities. Thank you for allowing me to share this, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McCamus. That is a motion, I presume.
Yes, this is the motion. Yes.
Second.
Motion to approve. Sorry.
There's a second. Great. We'll go to the public, the person with the phone ending 5140. Welcome. Hi, welcome.
Yeah, I didn't hear what this was regarding. Is it open forum?
No, this is Syrian Memorial Month. Thank you, sir.
Oh, Syrian Memorial? Okay. Good. Yeah, I agree. We need to do something for a community that was completely ruined overseas over 100 years ago. It was the blueprint for the Nazi Holocaust. The Syrian people need to be recognized a lot more. And it's terrible what has happened to them. And you're really not allowed to bring these things up because it sometimes scratches at other people's Holocaust that they've had or have done. And I agree. I think there should be a lot more things done for the Assyrian community versus raising flags for the transgender community and things like that. I'm tired of the politics.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Beekman.
Hi, thank you. I know that the eastern part of Africa, Eritrea and Ethiopia, there's a lot of those cultures who are in San Jose, and their language, I don't know if this is the Assyrian people, I'm very sorry if it's not, but no, it is not. Okay, thank you. Well, you didn't talk about other items of the consent calendar for public comment. Can I speak on item 2.10 at this time? 30 seconds. I can do it in 30 seconds.
2.10. Yes, you may speak.
Or 2.11. 2.11. I'm sorry. 2.11.
I'm sorry. We asked for folks who wanted to speak on consent, and there's no one raised their hand.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. On the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. We'll move to item 3.3, which is the audit of fleet maintenance. We have a presentation, I believe, from Joe.
Hi. So good afternoon, Joe Royce, City Auditor. We're here to present to you the audit of fleet maintenance and operations. I'm joined by Juan Barragan, Shirley Wong, and Abella Obi from my office. And I think Juan is going to share his screen, which will have our presentation. Here we go. So I also believe that, Matt Kano and Walter Lynn and David Mesa from Public Works are here as well. So I should move forward, Juan. So Public Works Fleet and Equipment Services Division, or the Fleet Division, manages the procurement, disposition, and maintenance of the city's 2,800 vehicles and pieces of equipment. Assets vary pretty widely, from fire apparatuses to bus shuttles out at the airport and other vehicles. It also includes equipment at the regional wastewater facility, rides at Happy Hollow, and emergency generators that were used during hold on, we're having technical difficulties with the slide deck. It also includes regional wastewater facility assets, rides at Happy Hollow, and emergency generators that were used during last year's public safety power shutoffs. In total, they filled just over 20,000 work orders in fiscal year 2018-19. The objective of this audit was to review the efficiency of operations and timeliness of repairs for the city's vehicles and equipment. So we had 4 findings, which we'll go into greater detail in the following slides. The first was that updating the city's replacement criteria can help prioritize fleet replacements. The second is addressing staffing and preventive maintenance challenges can enhance fleet division's performance. Finding 3 was fleet division has instituted multiple process improvements that can continue to enhance service delivery. And finally, the last finding was the city's fleet acquisition process can be streamlined. So for the first finding, we found that the current fleet replacement criteria has kept assets in service longer than may be cost beneficial and should be updated. So the chart here shows that the repair costs associated with non-public safety light vehicles such as sedans, pickup trucks. So you can see as they age, they became more expensive to maintain and require more staff time. What we found was that 70% of staff time servicing non-public safety light vehicles was spent on assets aged 9 years or older, despite only 50% of those assets meeting that criteria. So the current fleet replacement criteria are based on years of service and mileage, but they do not consider an asset's lifetime maintenance costs. And accounting for these life cycle costs can help the city direct its limited funding to replacing those assets impacting fleet resources the most. But we also noted that in the fleet division found in an internal review that 1 in every 4 light vehicles were potentially underutilized, and regular utilization reviews can reduce fleet costs as those underutilized assets can be used to expand the citywide motor pool, or they can be disposed of, which would reduce the number of assets that the fleet division must service. We made 2 recommendations in the finding. First, the fleet division should update the city's replacement criteria by adjusting the age criteria, but more importantly, accounting for life cycle costs and incorporating the city's electric mobility and green fleet goals. Second, the division should also adjust minimum utilization standards for all fleet assets and require such utilization reviews as part of the annual replacement process. In our second finding, we found that addressing staffing and preventive maintenance challenges can enhance fleet's division's performance. We found that repair work order turnaround times increased from 3 to 5 days from fiscal year 2014-15 through fiscal year 2018-19. And one of the primary reasons for delays was the availability of staff. 48% of the delays were attributed to waiting for labor. So we noted that the number of fleet assets over that period increased by 5%, while at the same time staffing remained relatively stable. We also note in the report that our fleet division is staffed lighter than other jurisdictions. To address their workload issues, the fleet division that makes use of retirees, as well as contractors for some specialty services such as bodywork. Although assets should receive some sort of preventive maintenance annually, we also found that nearly 1 in every 5 of the vehicles and equipment, can you move forward 1? Nearly 1 in every 5 of the city's vehicles and equipment did not receive preventive maintenance service during fiscal year 2018-19. So we have a couple recommendations to reduce the repair work turnaround times. First, develop a staffing strategy that could include further use of the Rehire Retirees program or additional contracted services if or where appropriate. And second, enhance the preventive maintenance program through improved coordination with departments and establishing performance targets for preventive maintenance. In our third finding, we found that the fleet division has instituted multiple process improvements and can continue to enhance service delivery. Though we do note that the division has implemented various process improvements to streamline and enhance performance. In recent years, they've deployed telematics, which is a vehicle tracking system to remotely monitor fleet performance. They've created a virtual shop whiteboard to track work orders, developed a Microsoft Power BI lifecycle cost analysis tool, expanded electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and made other improvements. What you see here is an example of the lifecycle cost dashboard. The dashboard reports on assets' historical maintenance and fuel costs, as well as its current asset value. There are additional areas for improvement. Departments generally spoke positively about the fleet division. However, communication about the completion of work orders and the availability of assets were areas noted for improvement. And we recommended that they improve coordination with departments, including piloting an electronic work order system, intake system. Currently, that system is a paper-based system. We also note that the fleet division internally monitors fleet availability at an asset class level, but there is much variability within asset classes. So we recommend they enhance their performance management system.
I'm glad they put the arrows because otherwise we don't know where we're going, right?
Ask everyone to mute. Thank you.
So we note that internally monitors fleet availability and asset class level, but there's much variability within asset classes. And so we have recommendations to enhance performance management system to incorporate more detailed analysis of fleet availability, as well as monitoring work order timeliness. And finally, some procedures to ensure consistent data entry and reporting to ensure that the data we're using is good and we're doing our analysis, not us, but the fleet division. So our last finding is that the city's fleet acquisition process can be streamlined, and all vehicles that are replaced or added go through a multi-phase process that requires a coordination of different city departments, including Public Works, the Budget Office, Finance, department that will ultimately use the vehicle, along with the outside vendor who supplies the vehicle. So obviously the detail on this you're not going to be able to read very well, but it gives you an idea of the number of steps from identifying the asset for replacement through approvals and procurement, and finally through build out and putting the asset into service. The columns represent each of the parties in the process. So on average, we found that the fleet acquisition process can take over a year. In fiscal year 18-19, vehicles equipment waiting to be replaced incurred nearly $300,000 in maintenance costs. Over 260,000 of these were for repairs. So the fleet division, working with budget and finance, has taken steps to reduce the length of the process. However, there was a redundant approval step that can add extra time to the acquisitions for those assets replaced through the city's vehicle maintenance operations fund. So we have a few recommendations here to streamline the approval process by removing the redundant step, which could allow the fleet division to consolidate purchases at the beginning of the year and make better use of existing purchase orders. Fleet can also improve how it tracks and charges time for build out to ensure costs are properly charged to departments. And finally, we have recommendations to improve access to information about the acquisition process for departments, as well as to develop and report on targets related to acquisitions. Our report contains 13 recommendations. We'd like to thank the Department of Public Works, City Manager's Budget Office, Finance Department, and all the client departments, Department of Transportation, Police, Airport, and the other departments that we interviewed during the audit. So we ask that you accept the report. With that, I'd like to turn over to Matt or Walter for the administration's response, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks. Thank you, Joe. Matt Kano, Director of Public Works, and as Joe mentioned, Walter Lynn, Deputy Director, Assistant Director Matt Lesh, and our Fleet Manager Dave Mesa are also here to help answer any questions the council may have. Just briefly, really wanted to thank Joe and his team for their very thorough report. It really, the benefit of going through these audits is it really helps us focus on those areas that we need to improve in the most, because there's always a lot of areas that every division, section, and department wants to work on. So this audit is really helping us focus. I am really proud of being part of this fleet team. They've done some amazing work over the past several years to be, like as Joe mentioned, on process improvement, et cetera, on telematics, performance monitoring. I'm really proud of the apprenticeship program that's been part of the fleet team for several years. We have a number of staff in the program right now and a number of graduates of the program still on our team. We have 49% of our fleet with alternative fuel. And so a lot of great things going on in fleet that we're really proud of. And as Joe mentioned, a lot of areas we want to focus on and continue to improve. One thing I wanted to, and as you can see from our response, we're in agreement with all the recommendations from Joe's team. One thing I wanted to address briefly is the dates in the audit response. If it weren't for COVID and potential PSPS is coming up, we probably would have been much more aggressive in our administrative response on when we'd be completing some of these process improvements. As a lot of you may know, Dave Mesa and Walter and our fleet team are really heavily involved in leading the logistics section of the EOC since March for COVID. And they're also heavily involved in preparing for PSPS potential for this fall or in the very near future. And so the team is very, very great team, working really hard. And in addition to doing their day job of managing fleet, they're working on those emergencies as well. That's why I was recommending greater flexibility on those completion dates. I'd be happy to talk through any questions you may have. And again, thank you, Joe, and your team for your report. And we're here to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Joe. Thanks, Joe. Thanks also to Walter Lynn, the whole team. for your work. Let's go to the public now for public comment on 3.3, which is the audit of fleet maintenance. Mr. Beekman.
Hi, there might be a little bit of drama to fleet maintenance that I don't quite understand, but I think I do understand that the future of alternative fuels and electric vehicles is really important and perhaps takes precedence over automatic vehicles, which is I think your city is following at this time. The future of alternative fuels has to be one that has to be available to low-income communities, and I hope you're working toward those efforts. East Bay Community Energy is working towards those things with recharging stations within light poles that can be just on everyday street corners, basically. And with all the talk at the Democratic Convention this time about our big clean energy future, please learn to understand the differences between clean energy and renewable energy. We need to work towards renewable energy for our future. That's an important difference. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, coming back to the council. Councilmember Camus.
Thank you, Mayor. And just for those people who are tuning in, this has nothing to do with clean energy. It is actually a report that I asked for in regards to the maintenance backlog on the vehicles that we operate. And I originally thought that the operations were taking way too long to fix, for example, lawnmowers for the Parks Department. And I really appreciate all the work that's been in and the comprehensive, the amount of comprehensive work that went into the recommendations. Thank you, Matt, and thank you, Joe, for your efforts. I'll make a motion to, and thank you for the private meeting as well. That's why I don't have any questions. I appreciate all your efforts. Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion from Councilor Camus, second from Councilor Foley. Councilor Davis.
Thank you. Just one question. I see in the response to recommendation number 1 that staff will review electric and hybrid options for replacement when there is a viable solution meeting partner department needs. And I just wanted to ask Matt a little bit more about that. This is also for fleet acquisition guidelines. Are you taking into account the fact that fully electric vehicles have lower lifetime maintenance costs when you're making those determinations? A hybrid doesn't necessarily have lower maintenance costs, but an electric vehicle does. We discussed that kind of at length at Smart City, and so I want to make sure that's part of the determination. I know it may be a higher front end budget cost, so how is that being determined?
Sure, I'll address your question briefly, and then Walter or Lynn may have some more information to add. So yes, they definitely have, electric vehicles definitely have a lower lifetime cost for maintenance. From an upfront standpoint, it's about, without the electric infrastructure to charge, it's about 25% more to purchase the electric vehicle. And if we don't have the electric infrastructure for that, it's about 40-ish% more. And we're working on some more detailed numbers that we would be bringing back to the Transportation and Environment Committee early next year on that. So we are factoring that in, and we're also taking a look at as I mentioned, what infrastructure is already available. So even if we have the funding to purchase it up front, we may not have the funding and ability to also purchase that charging infrastructure. For the most part, the team is where we have the opportunity to put that charging infrastructure in place, and where that type of vehicle offers a good electric option, our team is pursuing electric first where we can. And so I asked Walter or Dave if you want to add anything to that.
Thank you, Matt. And Councilmember Davis, Mayor Liccardo, and members of the City Council, Walter Lynn, Deputy Director of Public Works. Very good question, Councilmember Davis. As Matt mentioned, the vehicle maintenance needs for the newer technologies may be less, comparatively speaking, to our aging fleets and the repair work that's needed on those units. The availability of the technology, though, for all electric is something that we're looking into. There's more availability for the light duty vehicles compared to the medium duty, heavy duty, and the equipment. So depending on the need and the department's needs and what's available on the market, that is something that we're reviewing and considering. We're also working with our team to add in more training as well. So when it comes to vehicle maintenance for the newer technologies and electric vehicles, the more that we can do in-house and have a lesser reliance on contractual services for those repairs, it would be cheaper to do so also.
Okay, thank you. So when you come to transportation and environment, Matt or Walter, will you have an analysis of those costs as well? Not just because the infrastructure costs, I get it's an upfront cost, but it's also, it's a one-time thing, right? So we have it, for example, already in City Hall, in the City Hall parking garage. I'm guessing we don't have it at our maintenance facilities, and that's what you're talking about?
We do have charging units at our courtyards, at the employee garage, as well as City Hall and other city-wide locations.
Okay.
So there are charging units. I would say that the number of charging units are less than the number of vehicles that need them. So it's very important to note that even though we're considering more electrification of our fleets, the charging infrastructure needs to be right there with it in proportion. Otherwise, that demand is going to be offset based on not being able to charge them as efficiently.
Okay, but you don't necessarily need one charger per electric vehicle. There must be a ratio that you're doing. So when you come back to us, will you have a sense of like, if we replace X percentage of our fleet, we're going to need Y number of new charging stations?
We could provide those proportions or ratios, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That'd be helpful, because I'm sure they don't all need to be charged at the same time, first of all, and they're not always in use, right? So there's kind of a churn if you're checking out vehicles. For, as Matt said, for the lighter duty vehicles, I'm sure the the trucks for parks get used every day, and they get assigned to teams and they're out every day, but the kind of the general fleet, probably not so much.
Yes, based on scheduling and use, we can offset the number of chargers versus the number of vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just going back to the issue of electrification of the fleet, I know this is actually something council gave direction on in January before COVID struck, and we've had, of course, Walter and the rest of the management team have all been pulled into the EOC, so I appreciate why some of these things get delayed as they have. But for a simple change in the policy, just to say electrification first, wherever feasible, given what we know about the operation costs, costs to operate and maintain the city power sedan is about 34 cents a mile versus the fully electric, which is 16 cents. Why wouldn't we just implement an electrification first procurement policy now and sort out the rest?
Hi, Mayor Ricardo. Thanks for the question. We can do that. We were talking internally about there's a green. It's an administrative policy, and so with discussion and direction today, we can do this administratively. To update our entire green policy to factor in everything that needs to be factored in will take us a little bit more time, but to make a few edits to it to make sure that the policy is clear that electric first. And you made a great point, where feasible. There's types of vehicles or situations where it just isn't feasible right now. To make that simple change to our administrative policy will not take much work effort. We can do that in the next month or two.
Okay, thanks, Matt. I appreciate that. And then could you describe what's involved in making the switch to life cycle cost analysis for purposes of procurement, making decisions about replacement?
Sure. I'll talk about it broadly, and then Walter or Dave Mesa can provide a little bit more detail. So we do have a point system that we take a look at the age, the mileage of the vehicle, and given the work that the team has done over the past several years to be a really good database division, we do have life cycle costs that are calculated for vehicles, and we know how much that money's been put into it, et cetera. And we, every year, based on the money that we have available through general fund and other sources, we create a list of vehicles that need to be replaced. And right now, I think our vehicle backlog is about $9.5 million worth of vehicles that need to be replaced. We get about $1.5 million per year. And so it won't take us too much time, and it's one of those efforts. It's not a huge effort, but so let me rephrase this. We have the technical system set up in order for us to be able to incorporate life cycle costs in the vehicles. We have the ability to do so. What we just need to do is have Dave Mason, our management team, work with our other partner departments, talk through potential scenarios. Okay, once we start implementing that, how is it going to impact? And that's probably, I think we were talking about that internally last week. It could be 40 or 50 hours of work. And so it's not that hard. And the reason we pushed that out a little bit on the calendar was because we wanted to make sure that the team has continued to focus on some of the other priorities first. One thing though, that is, if there is a vehicle that is just obviously, it's been costing way too much money, and we do have the ability right now to pull it out of service. One of the challenges though, we still have to rank it against all the other vehicles that need to be replaced, and we don't have enough money to replace anything. And so I don't know if I directly answered your question there, but if there's an addition. Yeah.
I think I get it, which is, even if we had a perfect policy in place, we don't have the money to replace that 20-year-old vehicle that we bought in October of 2000. I think that's the reference made on page 20.
Yes.
We never got miles out of anyway. We were paying a fortune to repair. Yeah, I appreciate the challenge. Just, speaking about that vehicle in particular, because it just sort of stands out. I know there's always a couple examples, right, that stick out, like the Defense Department toilet seat example in the 1980s. In that case, where we've got a $41,000 vehicle to replace, we spent 140 grand on it for maintenance. Can we confidently say that would get prioritized even though it hasn't hit its 100,000 threshold?
I want to say yes, but I actually want to ask Walter or Dave to address that question more directly.
Yes, I'm Mayor Liccardo. So absolutely, when we're looking at criteria for replacement, although the policy indicates the 10 years and the 100,000 miles, there are going to be certain circumstances where other factors and criteria does make sense to consider, including the life cycle costs and the ongoing repairs. That would be something that, yes, absolutely. If the costs far outweigh the value of the vehicle or the initial price of the vehicle, and it's an ongoing need and an ongoing cost factor, we would then definitely consider that higher priority for the replacements just based on those conditions.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks. Appreciate everyone's trying their best here on this one. And thank you, Joe, for the audit. All right. Any other comments? All right. Let's vote then on Councilor Camus's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Tip,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Yemis,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye. Okay. Item 3.4 is an extension of proclamation of local emergency related to COVID-19. I don't believe there is a presentation. Is there? No, Dave says no. We'll,
Move approval.
Councilmember Foley and a second from the Vice Mayor. We'll go to the public for public comment on 3.4, which is the extension of proclamation on the local emergency related to COVID. Mr. Beekman.
Hi. As this item, the proclamation, it will be through mid-October. I just wanted to take this time, the words that I offer, I try to offer, I try not to work in absolutes, but I think, the main intention of why I speak at public comment is just to give idea and thought about what yourselves can make decisions out of, our whole community can make decisions out of. And, I think that's a good function of being a public comment person is, I don't have to speak in absolutes, but to give, a framework to offer your own good ideas about subjects. So with that in mind, I've got 12 seconds to talk about the housing issues, and that you're going to go either by month emergency crisis eviction pattern, or respect the, if I can conclude here, respect the April 15, 2021 standard. And I'll speak more on this later. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the report that has been offered here by staff to update us on all the latest decisions and movements. In a moment, I'd like to probe a bit around the questions of shelters. Before we go there, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, this is a question, really a request, really for, not sure if this is for Ray or Kim or Dave, but, I read this report and I understand that it's really, it's a important document that codifies our response and the costs and resources, and acknowledges what has happened in our community. But in going through it, I noticed there isn't one mention of the fact, from going back to March, or actually February. So from February to now, there is no mention of the fact that East San Jose is hardest hit when it comes to the deaths and the number of COVID cases countywide. That's something I think we need to own. It needs to be reflected in these reports and these documents. And as we are, in some cases, developing a response to focus on the hardest hit areas, we need to acknowledge that there are hard hit areas, where they are, and the magnitude of what's happening in our community. And so my request is, moving forward, that we include that information in these reports.
So yeah, thanks, Council Member, and Ray could weigh in. I mean, I think we certainly can, I think, add more context to the report. The report, we bring this forward every 60 days to continue the declaration, and I admit it's been more of just a summary of actions, and not necessarily an attempt to really to describe the impacts. And so I think it's a point well taken, and so I think we can look at that. Ray, if you anything you want to add to that, and we can certainly look at the next report as an opportunity for us to do so. Ray, you're on mute still.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Councilmember. We can add that into the information going forward.
Thank you. And if you can actually be specific about the zip codes and the cases that we can get from the county dashboard, I think it's important, and hopefully we are devoting our response to that as well. And I know in some cases we really are, but thank you for including that. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'll just say, Councilmember, thanks. And I think, someday we will be doing an after action report on all of this. And I do think it will help us with really establishing the record clearly on the impacts, as you're pointing out.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the after action report. I think that including it in these reports every 60 days, these are important records, again, for the expending resources, the costs, personnel, but it's an important piece of information that's missing. Thank you for including it.
Yep, agreed. Thank you.
Okay, let's, I just realized I missed one member of the public. Robert Aguirre, welcome.
Yeah, again, I would like to point out that even though we're reporting on what's been going on and we see that this is a trend that's happening, I would also like to see some sort of planning for what's going to happen when this whole thing ends and people, if you only owed 2 or 3 months worth of back rent and you had 6 months to pay it back, that's something that's manageable. But if this thing goes on for, 8 or 10 months or even longer than that, to expect people to be able to pay their rent back, at least half of it in 6 months and 6 months for the second half of it, I think you're going to start seeing a lot more people getting evicted. You're going to see a lot more people living in the streets. You're going to see a lot more people putting strain on the city for services that they currently are able to handle themselves because they are housed. And I know it's a lot more expensive to try to take care of people when they're living in the streets than it is when they're in a home. And certainly we want to look at that. And I haven't heard any discussion about what the plans are or what we could possibly do. I don't know how to bring that forward in the council, but it's something that I know other people have been talking about, and I think we need to move on that as quickly as possible, as thoroughly as possible, and with as much input as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you. Okay. Actually, I'll raise Mr. Aguirre's question. Someone else doesn't. Let's go first to Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo what Councilmember Esparza, but I wanted to thank Councilmember Esparza for bringing this up. I think it's important to be able to memorialize what's happening, especially as we're facing, this very devastating moment in our history, and especially as I've said before, it's ravishing one side of the city in ways that we had never imagined. It's having an impact, most definitely, on the entire city. The economy is taking a dive like we've never seen before, and I think that it's going to continue, and it's going to impact people that never thought that they'd be impacted. We haven't seen it yet, but it's going to start having a greater impact now that the supplemental unemployment checks have stopped. People are going to start tapping into their savings, and you're just going to start seeing people who have never been impacted by a recession or a depression start to look very, very different. And so thank you, Councilmember Esparza. But I think definitely memorializing it, even in terms of how we respect those whose lives have been lost and whose lives are so deeply impacted by this pandemic.
Thank you. I want to ask if Jackie or somebody from housing was on, or even Jim, just first if there's any response to Mr. Aguirre. And if not, I understand we can take it offline. Hi, Rachel. Have you been listening in?
Yeah. Do you mind just restating the question? I think I can help.
When we ask Mr. Aguirre to do it, he may do it. Mr. Aguirre?
Yeah. Okay. So I was just pointing out the fact that if this only lasts for a few months and people have 6 months to pay half and then 6 months to pay the second half, it might be doable. But the longer this goes on, say this goes on for 10 months or a year or even longer than that, to expect people to pay their half of their rent, their back rent, and their current rent at the same time, and then in 6 month period, and then another 6 months, we're going to be experiencing a lot of people that are going to become unhoused, a lot through evictions. And I was asking, what are we planning on doing to address that issue down the road? Because we're not there yet, but I mean, I can see it coming.
You know what, I actually misunderstood Mr. Aguirre. My apologies. This is really more of an issue around what we can do legislative, because I understand that the housing department doesn't have the resources here. So let me just respond myself and say that we are working certainly with partners in Sacramento and advocating in Washington, D.C. so that there can be either resources that can help tenants pay back rent and or mandates similar to what you see in David Chu's bill, the legislation that is just now moving to committee at the assembly level, which I've endorsed along with, I think, 9 other mayors in major cities. We're trying to do everything we can that will give tenants more runway, give them some rent relief. At the same time, there would be some ability to provide mortgage relief for the landlords, the small mom and pop landlords that otherwise cannot afford being able to take on tenants, obviously, without any lease revenue. So we're working hard on different legislative options, but the reality is there's no source of funding in the city to be able to address this problem. So like many cities, we're looking to those sources, mainly the federal government that will. I would just like to ask one question about with the shelter issue, Rachel. And I know that we are decommissioning Bascom and Parkside. We're going to expand South Hall, it looks like, to 285 beds. And thanks to Team San Jose for accommodating us on that. I guess the question is, with 285 beds there, I understand there are very restrictive criteria about who can use those beds under FEMA. Are we assured that there are enough beds to address all those people who meet the criteria who need shelter?
All right. Well, I was going to say I may defer to Jackie or Reagan, but I don't know if they're on the line.
We can take that offline then.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be the best.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you. Coming back to council. Councilor Sparza and Karofsky, you both have your hands up, but I think they're from earlier comments. Is that right?
Yeah, that's from earlier.
Yep.
Okay, then on the motion, let's vote.
Jimenez? Jimenez? Perales?
Aye.
Yep.
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Sparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Bully?
Aye.
Yemis?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Checking on Jimenez again? Okay, absent. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item 3.5 is the Community and Economic Recovery and Coronavirus Relief Funds for Local Assistance Efforts. There is a presentation.
This is Tony. Did I just hear Jimenez?
You might have. Councilor Jimenez, did you just jump in? And there's a presentation.
This is Tony. Did I just hear Jimenez? No, I guess I didn't, so I'm going to mute.
Okay, but I heard your echo. That was cool. Okay, I guess we'll go to the presentation then. Thanks. No.
Good afternoon, almost good evening, Mayor and Council, and Kim Wallish, Deputy City Manager. It's really my pleasure to introduce this item and our main presenter. This item is both a verbal update of the EOC's community and economic recovery effort and a recommendation seeking approval to proceed with grant agreements to implement council direction provided through the budget process regarding the use of the Coronavirus Relief Funds, CRF. Now, you might recall at council on June 9th, I presented a high-level summary of the accomplishments of the EOC Liaison Branch during the initial emergency response period starting last February. During this initial emergency period, the Liaison Branch team did an absolutely incredible job managing a lot of communication and providing a lot of support for residents, small businesses, and nonprofits. So I want to thank the 50+ staff that formed the Liaison Branch and the assistant director of the branch with me, Chris Burton. It was a phenomenal job. But we realized in July that it was time to transition our work structure with an eye toward sustaining our emergency response and also supporting recovery over a much longer period of time. And in thinking about what kind of structure we needed, we thought 4 things were important. First, that community recovery and economic recovery are they're interconnected, and they need to be approached as one. Second, that to succeed, we were going to have to tap staff that were still assigned to the EOC, but also tap staff that were working from multiple departments like housing and parks and OED and library, and to tap the staff in a coordinated fashion. Third, we realized that this recovery work must be done not just in service to the community, but with the community. And fourth, we realized that our goal is not just overall recovery, but our goal is recovering in a way that significantly improves the lives for our communities of color and other vulnerable or marginalized people. So a few weeks ago, with the support of the EOC leadership, we decided to evolve our structure. And we stood down the EOC liaison branch, and instead we formed a community and economic recovery branch and a related interdepartmental task force. And it became clear to us that such an important and far-reaching and what will be an ongoing effort really requires a great leader. So my joy today is to announce that we have named Andrea Flores Shelton as our EOC Recovery Director. I think you'll agree that Andrea has the right combination of leadership experience, community relationship, belief in community empowerment, and commitment to racial equity, that she is the right leader to guide our city and our community to succeed in recovering and improving together. So I know you'll join me in thanking her for stepping into this important leadership role. And take it away, Andrea.
Thank you, Kim. Yes, I'm Andrea Flores Shelton. I am the Acting Deputy Director in Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, and now assigned to the EOC Director role for Community and Economic Recovery. Mr. Mayor, honorable council members of the public, today we are asking for the approval of several recommendations related to the coronavirus relief funds for resident, small business, and nonprofit assistance in the amount of $25 million. Before we outline the recommendations, I'd like to introduce myself a little bit more and the new Community and Economic Recovery team. As the director of this effort, and as a white Latina who lives in one of the most impacted COVID zip codes with my family, I really want to start by acknowledging that I have the privilege and I've had the privilege of safely working from home without a disruption in income or health since April. And now I'm very proud to join a dedicated community and economic recovery team, including Michelle McGurk as Assistant Director, Elsa Cordova, Jeremy Schaffner, leading on community outreach and empowerment, and Mario Maciel, who will be joining us. And there's the Office of Economic Development team, led by Nancy Klein, Chris Burton, Jeff Rester, and Carrie Adams Hapner, who are also available to answer your questions today. All of us continue our commitment to working with San Jose's communities of color and other marginalized people who have long faced physical and psychological threats from job insecurity, overcrowded, unstable households, social isolation, and premature death. Together with other departments, as Kim mentioned, we will develop a unified strategy to manage our collective efforts and identify key indicators to communicate the degree to which the community and the local economy are faring. Externally, we will convene and communicate with leaders representing communities of color and other COVID-impacted populations and places to bring resident voices into the community and economic recovery assessment and decision-making process. And what I noticed, I don't see slides. Are the slides available? It should be on slide 2. I'll continue. As Kim shared back in June, there are 3 recovery focus areas which are driving our economic recovery strategy: strengthen economic foundation, foster vital districts, and provide stability, opportunity, and prosperity. This vision continues in the community and economic recovery work as we focus on stabilizing the economy and quality of life in the short term. And in the long term, we work to address and dismantle practices and attitudes of systemic racism that have contributed to creating vulnerabilities instead of wealth and prosperity. So how do we do this? We have really great slides that would go along with this.
Anyone has any issues.
Yep. So how do we do this? We do this through investment, empowerment, and partnership. By investing not only our coronavirus relief funds, but also investing our staff time and talents and other resources into marginalized and vulnerable communities. And by using an empowerment model, we acknowledge and support the existing community assets and ensure that those closest to the suffering are also closest to the solutions. We ensure that community voices are valued and acted upon. And by partnering, we draw upon the collective impact of the city infrastructure, the power of community, service providers, and philanthropic partners, because we know the city cannot do this alone. These partnerships, along with the county, are all integral to improving outcomes for everyone. So our key priority projects for the next 4 weeks are to coordinate with the county to finalize our outreach and empowerment strategy in priority neighborhoods. Implement alfresco citywide, continue to convene community leaders, complete contract execution for grant making, and develop a portfolio of interventions and indicators to understand ongoing population and place level progress. Are the slides up? Because now I would like to provide an overview of our recommendations for the 25 million in coronavirus. Oh, excellent.
So if you think that is worth bringing up, that's cool because we have 5 minutes.
Slide 4.
I'm trying to do this, Andrea. So slide, this one?
Slide, nope. Oh, that's the wrong slide deck, of course. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was supposed to do this. Sorry, I can do it. First time up. Michelle, do you have them? Can you do screen share?
I'm trying to access them right now.
Okay. Because as we get into the funding recommendations, there's a lot of moving parts and we want to make sure that those are seen. I apologize. So today, with the 25 million in coronavirus relief funds, we are moving forward with recommendations outlined in the mayor's June budget message, the manager's budget addendum number 20, as well as final council direction on June 16th. And really, we need to keep in mind that the coronavirus relief funds must be spent by our city partners and providers by December 30th. I know you've heard that many times. But if we don't spend it, it must be returned to the feds. There are also hurdles with the level of documentation, which goes beyond using general fund or philanthropic funds. And we're urgently trying to meet the complexity of the CRF requirements and move funds into the community the most efficient way possible. Michelle, did you have any luck?
Not yet. Let me.
Can you see mine now?
Yes.
Success? Okay. All right, good. All right, so this slide provides a snapshot of funding that is detailed in the August 11th memo from Kim Wallish. And again, it's based on the mayor's June budget message and final council direction. So we're utilizing 5 intermediaries and we're investing 18.8 million in a grant making approach. We want to highlight really at the top line, excuse me, it's the bottom left corner. We have a very successful partnership with Sacred Heart Community Services and Destination Home, and they are on the line with us today. And they've activated 50 outreach assistants and grassroots partners to ensure the most in need are receiving rental assistance. We are continuing a recommendation for this project and it at the tune of $7 million. To date, 9,737 unduplicated households have received rental relief assistance. We're continuing to follow the model already used in San Jose as well as LA and other cities where the rental payments will be made directly to the landlord. We're also working through the Enterprise Foundation and Small Business Development Corporation, who will connect with ethnic chambers to reach our most vulnerable small businesses. We're working with the Silicon Valley Community Foundation to administer various nonprofit grants for an efficient experience, again, that moves funds into nonprofits' hands quickly. Non-arts related grants will complement our resident assistance efforts and will be limited to nonprofits serving San Jose's communities disproportionately and negatively impacted by COVID. The grant criteria will define zip codes with the highest rates of COVID as well as populations at high risk. For the arts grants, the Office of Cultural Affairs will issue an info memo later this month detailing the grant criteria and equity prioritization, as well as programmatic requirements given the CRF, the Coronavirus Relief Fund restrictions. And then the fifth intermediary is First Five. We're recommending to fund family child care providers who have been COVID impacted by health orders that reduce their capacity from 14 to 10. And as mentioned during 3.1, provider grants are currently proposed at $10,000 each. Next slide. On August 14th, we released a supplemental memo based on community focus groups to assist us in prioritizing $4.5 million in unallocated resident assistance funds. Our supplemental memo is based on feedback from 16 community leaders who struggled with the quick timing of the process and the amount of information we were sharing. Yet they provided us with rich information about a variety of unmet needs and populations, and they did prioritize the funding as seen here. Increased rental relief ranked the highest, with funding for employment training and child care next. Next slide. So today we are asking for you to approve the allocation of $2,479,500 of the unallocated resident assistance funds to a paid workforce development program in partnership with Goodwill and the Foundation for California Community Colleges that will put up to 175 people back to work with wraparound services such as childcare. We're also asking for an additional 2 weeks to explore with community and based on further council direction today, how to allocate the remaining $2 million in rental assistance. And finally, we do ask for the adoption of a resolution authorizing the city manager's office to negotiate and execute the grant agreements as outlined in the memo. And thank you, and there's a whole team of us here to answer your questions.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the public first for public comments. So Paul Soto.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for submitting your memo, Councilwoman Arenas. This is a population of this city that has borne the most weight. They have lost the most citizens in this city as a result of this virus, and so I appreciate the fact that there's monies being allocated in that direction, and but that has to be like the norm because they're making the most sacrifices. They're having to find childcare just so that they could go back to work. This is something that, as a society, we've never been challenged with. We have never, ever been faced with the dilemma of having to acquire childcare in the month of September. So I'd just like to thank you for submitting it, Councilwoman Arenas, and if we can do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert.
Yeah, I appreciated the presentation that was given, and I was following it along, even though you guys couldn't see it. I was watching it on my laptop. But my comment has to do with some of the things that she was pointing out about involving the community and making decisions, and all sounds really good. I just don't know why we don't do that for the unhoused community. I think we need to have much more involvement of the unhoused community in making decisions that affect the unhoused community. And again, I push forth the idea of having a commission or some committee of some sort of people that represent that population to be able to comment on things, just like we have an airport or senior citizens committee or commission. And it's well beyond time that we don't have representation of that particular population. And it's not enough that I come and I speak about issues. I think we need to have other voices as well. I don't want to silence myself, but I do want to include other people in this process, and we need to involve more people in the actual decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Blair?
Hi, thank you for the exchange that the mayor and Robert had on the last item. The city of Berkeley, along with Ashkara and many assembly persons of the Bay Area, they're working on plans that the city of Berkeley has been already developing about how to handle rent forgiveness and mortgage forgiveness, not just for landlords of apartment buildings, but for small businesses as well. And it's a whole process to really ask owners to not stick it to tenants, both businesses and apartments. It's to ask them, you don't have to take them to court. There is a forgiveness system that starts in April 2021, and that Ashkara is working on a 2-year plan, but really needs to be thought of as more of a 10-year plan. Now, that's the runway idea the mayor was talking about with Robert, and we need to talk about that often and openly here in San Jose so people just don't get hurt. Thank you.
Thank you, Blair. Amy? Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Emmy Flores, and I am the superintendent of schools for the Evergreen School District. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on the need for local assistance and allocation of coronavirus relief for childcare. As superintendent, I speak with countless families who are in desperate need for quality and affordable childcare, especially now during this pandemic. Now, the average minimum childcare fee of $1,000 continues to place a tremendous financial burden on families who used to count on schools for childcare. And now with distance learning, our families must rely on affordable childcare. Unfortunately, with the high cost of living in our city, the pandemic, a $1,000 childcare price tag per child is simply not affordable. It's my opinion that families should not have to choose between childcare or paying rent or feeding their families. Ultimately, my fear is that my students will be left at home alone, unsupervised while their parents go to work. And for this reason, I urge our city council to allocate sufficient community and economic recovery and coronavirus relief funding to parks, recreation, and neighborhood services so that it may be able to provide affordable childcare services to struggling families across our city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Megali?
Good afternoon. Thank you. I agree with Ms. Flores. My name is Magali Fernandez, and I'm calling in support of the memo from Council Member Sylvia Arenas, calling for more funding for childcare. Over the summer, I was able to access childcare for my children through Camp San Jose Strong. My household has experienced loss of income during COVID-19, and access to the camp has helped me increase my work hours. I was also able to spend less of my limited funds on childcare through District 8 scholarship, which made the camp completely free for my children, thanks to Councilmember Arenas. I know many more families that are in similar situations. More funding for childcare means more families like mine are able to work while keeping their children safe, especially now that school is fully online. I ask of you to please vote yes on Council Member Arenas' memo. Thank you.
Patricia.
Hi, good afternoon. I am calling to express my support for Councilmember Arenas' memo. I have been very lucky to not be in the situation, but I do hear concerns from my family members and friends and hear their frustration and worry when it comes to choosing between a paycheck or their children's well-being and education. I attend school meetings and I speak to my neighbors and I see what a real problem this is. I hope you can please all support this memo and allocate these funds and show your solidarity to our essential workers. Please support the allocation of funds to sustain childcare services by in-home childcare providers and our wonderful and enriching PRNS, library, and school-based programs. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. So I'll just read the last four digits, 5140. Or they took their hand down, so never mind. So we're gonna come back to council and Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I thought I was second in line, so I'm just gonna get myself together.
You wanna defer and
No, I'm okay. It's one of those days. I'm gonna tell you, Vice Mayor, that it's one of those days. I'm gonna tell you why, because we just started school, and I say we because it takes all of us, right, in the household to get our kids started. So one of my kids started today, and she's in a separate school than my son, who's going to start tomorrow. And so today I had to start her off on Zoom at 8:30 because she's only 5. She doesn't really get Zoom, right? Doesn't know how to mute herself or unmute when the teacher's asking questions. And so it's a constant kind of monitoring for our kids. So to say that we just, leave them on Zoom and then they'll figure it out is really impossible to say, right? That's just not setting up our children for success, right? And between that and then having to log into closed session and to just, be in 2 places at the same time is really difficult. And then at 11 o'clock, I had to go pick up supplies between 11 and 12. I had to go pick up supplies for my kid for tomorrow because he starts tomorrow. Well, that's the same time we log into closed session. So, and then half of my house electricity went out. And there's something about the panel or whatever. It wasn't a blackout in my area, but I was just waiting for like a dog to come and pee on my leg or something. It's one of those days.
No, that's not gonna happen. It's gonna be all good from here on.
But let me just say this, that today was absolutely challenging. And let me tell you that I don't know how parents do it and do this new way of staying at home and being part of our children's education without having somebody else care for them, right? Because it's a hard task to do. And whoever's at home, and now we're all at home, well, I did come to after the break, I came over here because I couldn't rely on my internet not working at home. Anyways, but I have the luxury of being able to work from home, right? And so all of that fiasco this morning, I think is nothing compared to what our families are really feeling. And parents, both women and men, right? Everybody's stepping up and or not stepping up. It's our gender roles are not as quite as distinct as they were before, and it's a good thing. And so I can't imagine if you're a parent, possibly a single parent, and you can't afford to work from home. That's just not how your work works. And so now you have to think about, how do I continue to supervise my children while they are on Zoom and go out and work? And, you know, that's a difficult question to answer if you don't have the means to start off with, right? So I can't imagine what our families are going through. And I know that there's a couple of us here on council who still have children who are small, or maybe not that small, but may still have tantrums like a 5-year-old like mine. And so it is hard to balance out, right? And I think you heard from our callers, there's folks who were able to take advantage of some of the programs that we offered. And I'm really glad that they were able to do that. But pre-COVID, we all know that families were having a really difficult time with licensed childcare to begin with, right? Not everybody can afford it. And that's why there's a lot of folks who use our services because it's an affordable option. It's not a licensed home child care provider, but nonetheless, we have quality programs and services. And so our reputation is absolutely solid. And so people choose us as an option, right? And that option has lessened now that we are in COVID, and yet the need has increased. So, you know, I know that there's a couple of folks, and I want to thank them for calling in and supporting my memo. My memo is really about making sure that we have a balance in our strategy. Right now, we have, I think we lack balance. We have funding for our childcare providers, and while I'm adamant about making sure we stabilize our childcare providers, it doesn't make sense if, say, we stabilize some of the restaurants in certain part of San Jose, but there aren't any customers for those folks. It doesn't matter whether we stabilize them or not. We still need customers consuming that product, right? And so there needs to be a balance between stabilizing our childcare providers and then also understanding that our parents don't have any additional funds in their pockets to pay for these options. And so that's why I've outlined my memo as I have when it talks about being able to combine some subsidies into what we're offering and what we're working on with First Five. I think it's, you know, it's a great strategy what we have in place. It really complements what the county is doing, and it casts a really wide net for our childcare providers. And what I think we need to do, and this is like a theme again, we need to customize, we need to personalize that strategy to San Jose and to the needs of the folks who have been telling us that this is something that they want, right? Folks who have, who are not as resourceful as others, probably gonna be the last to come and register for folks. I know Jackie found from the homeless prevention dollars that hard to reach populations were the last to come and apply, and they might have been like the neediest of the population. And so first come, first serve doesn't necessarily work for those hard to reach populations. And so we have to take a look at how are we prioritizing? Are we prioritizing folks who might have called into, you know, and had a sexual assault incident, and maybe a police officer or somebody who follows up with them provides them with that. How are we linking all of this together? Because the tension we see in our community is all interconnected, right? And the dynamics and some of these symptoms that we see in crimes are part of that. And so there's one piece of it, but the second piece of it is practically, it allows parents, like you heard Magali, Mrs. Fernandez say, it allowed her to increase her income. It allowed her to be able to work a lot more. And that's exactly what families want. They want to be self-sufficient, and they don't want to have to rely on another system. And so part of my memo talks about that. Right now, what we have is funding for our childcare providers, but we don't have any CRF funding directly for our families. We have CDBG money coming from housing department for 35 to 40 slots. And then we have PRNS, and I love their strategy that they've developed, but we don't have any direct CRF funds. We're not providing any of those subsidies or monies into the pockets of the families that need it. And so that's, I'm hoping to balance that out. And so I'm asking for a spending plan. I'm asking for an updated plan, especially Andrea, welcome. And I know that you met with some of those hard to reach communities, and part of your memo explains what those needs are, and childcare was absolutely on top of that list. And so I think it's part of what you already are doing and learning through your interactions with our community. And so I want to move my memo, and I hope I can get a second.
Second.
Second. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. And hopefully we can move into a direction where we have more of a balanced approach for our families. And I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Davis, that you had earlier. I know you're a parent of two. Probably, I don't know what age is more difficult. I'm not gonna try to compare at all, because they're all, I think, we're all going through a really difficult time right now through shelter in place, and our children are socializing or not socializing, and that has an impact on them, and it has an impact on our family dynamics. So I appreciate your comments. And I think that we can grow what we do very well in recreation to be able to answer some of the need that our families have said. The other thing that I wanted to say is I want to thank Emmy Flores, who is our superintendent, who called in. And they have a strategy for our families. They did a survey with our families to find out what the child care needs were. Of course, the hard to reach population still, wasn't there. And so some of the principals, what they're doing is they're going to talk to our community and ask them questions as they're coming in to pick up their supplies. And so we can talk a little bit more directly with those families and learn about their needs in case that they hadn't completed that survey. And so they have something almost up and running. It'd be wonderful to figure out how do we complement what our school districts are already doing. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just have to help support what they're doing, because they're doing in-person childcare, not only for their staff, but for families that are in need. And then we have Allen Rock School District. And when I checked in with that superintendent, they hadn't solidified any of their childcare just yet. And this was about last week. And so something that she said that our superintendent said that really worked was the care that they received through some of the local churches. And I think they had like 3 sessions with a group of local churches. And at the end of the summer, there was no COVID contraction. And so they were pretty successful in terms of making sure that they were safe with our children. And so there's different strategies that our school districts are aiming at that may work for them. And I think we need to also integrate that into what we're doing and maximize those resources as well as we can, because we don't have to be the answer for everybody, right? We can't. We just, we have a maximum number of places, but we can certainly support some of those existing strategies. And I think that we need to take a moment to figure out how to do that instead of doing more work ourselves. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I know childcare is just a portion of this. And I have a question about the piece here on homeless prevention dollars. I know somebody, somebody from the school district, I won't say which school district, but they shared with me that they had gone to a home and had, you know, the reason that they had gone to the home was because they had a personal, not a personal, but they had developed a relationship with this family. This family needed them. It was a mom who's single and raising 3 kids, and she was renting rooms to everybody, right? Or to a number of people. And so she was trying to figure out how can these residents also receive some of our funding since they don't have any rental agreements. And at this point, I think we can't support folks who don't have a rental agreement. And these are like the most neediest of our folks who are renting 1 room for their 3 kids. You know, that's overcrowding in many parts of our district. What are we doing to help facilitate some of that support to those folks?
Michelle, I don't know if this is a good time to bring Destination Home or Sacred Heart in, but that's a kind of a very specific question, a great question in terms of how our partners have dealt with that.
Yeah, and council member, I think Jackie has talked about this in the past, that with these coronavirus relief funds, the documentation requirements are quite challenging, but we are working to find wherever we can means of meeting those documentation challenges in a way that can be resident focused, community focused, and reflective of the needs of the most vulnerable in our community. But if there's no documentation and no way of doing that documentation, you know, that creates a real challenge because these are federal funds and there's an audit trail. But if there is a way where we can do documentation and pay the landlord, then we can do that. And so I'd recommend that we ask Erin from Sacred Heart to provide some additional how they're thinking about that with this agreement.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Erin at Sacred Heart. So to answer your question, 2 responses. The first is we always first see if there is a way to help someone get the documentation they need. So if they're in a situation where it is possible to get a lease, we will work with them and the property owner and help them to create one. We have templates and all of that stuff. If that's not possible, we are very fortunate to have a great partnership with Destination Home, where they have been working very hard to fundraise private and other local dollars that are more flexible, that allow us to fill these gaps. So it's, you know, it may not be at the same level of what CARES is able to provide, but we do have funding that Destination Home has leveraged to help those households.
Great, thank you, Erin. Because the second part of this scenario was this particular mom was having a difficult time with her tenants that were out of, you know, just out of line, and she, of course, because of the moratorium, can't evict them. And the tenants know that, and the misbehaving was creating an issue for her children. Since they were at home more, not working, and having more increased contact with the children, it was just a chaotic scene. And so, and then it was leaving her behind in terms of payment. So it would be wonderful to figure out. It sounds like you've, of course, this is not unique. You've dealt with a lot of really difficult situations, and so I just want to make sure that our folks are able to get through. It sounds like there's templates that we can do, and I wonder if that is the type of messaging that they're getting, or once they, you know, understand, well, I don't really have a lease agreement, so I'm not going to qualify. That would be wonderful to figure out if if folks are still applying and we're figuring a path forward for them. So that was my question about that.
I also just wanted to highlight the partnership with Destination Home and Sacred Heart is really valuable because they also have a lived experience board. So they have people, consulting with them on the homeless prevention strategy and this rental relief strategy. So it's something, again, that we value working with them on.
Thank you, Andrea. And lastly, I'm just going to say that I think we have these great proposals in this item, and let's make sure that we intersect or that we offer the same families who are maybe taking advantage of the retraining or reemployment piece of this, and then making sure that they know about our childcare. And vice versa, right? Because they may be dealing with the same issues. It's a chicken and the egg. What do I do? Go to work and make money and then have to pay childcare or leave my kids by themselves. And so you've heard already, I'm singing to the choir. I know that you know the issues our families are facing. So appreciate that.
Councilmember Arenas, this is Jackie Morales-Ferrand, the Director of Housing, and I just wanted to clarify that although tenants actually cannot be evicted right now because our courts are closed, courts are opening up September 1st, so tenants who are not following leases that have nothing to do with COVID-19 potentially can still get evicted by landlords. So now that the courts are opening, although I know there are efforts to try to keep them closed or preventing them from evicting particular tenants, certainly tenants that are not following leases continue to be and will be subject to potential evictions.
Thank you, Jackie. I'm not trying to encourage anybody with an eviction, but if it's the tenants are creating an issue for a landlord.
Councilmember, Mrs. Kim, sorry. I'd like to address the question that you raised and just clarify the 170 residents who are going to get 10 weeks of paid employment and training are going to get childcare, rental assistance, transportation, technology, clothing, a whole range of supported services with the employment and training. I also wanted to ask if we need the time, if we could come back on September 1st instead of August 25th, if your proposal gets accepted by the council, just so we can circle back with the community and work on some of the details. Could we have that flexibility?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll amend my motion to move my memo, and within my memo, I have asked for an updated plan for to return August 25th, but instead, I think it was September 1st. Is that what you said, Kim?
Yes, please, September 1st.
Wonderful, and I think that part of the next step is also taking a look at that prioritization of who gets these childcare slots first, right? Folks who, I've already mentioned this, who are in our sexual assault and intimate partner violence, who have had incidents there, folks who are, like you just mentioned, in San Jose Works. I'm glad that that's already intersected in there. I think we know who these folks are, and I think we need to make sure that our plan prioritizes them, especially those very hard to reach populations. Otherwise, we are going to find the most resourceful of families coming in first, and our first come first serve approach won't work for the harder reach populations. I'll reserve some of the questions that I had. I think we can take this offline and figure out some of the details to this. But I appreciate your openness to my suggestion. And I would love the support of my colleagues on this. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I just want to announce, I believe we are still on schedule for 6 o'clock rolling blackout in this area if the PG&E maps confirm. So we are going to take a break at 6, whether we want to or not. We will come back at 7, we think, assuming the rolling blackouts have truly rolled. I'm told we have backup generators here at City Hall. Is that right, Dave? Is that going to be enough to operate the?
Yeah, that's correct, Mayor. We'll be able to operate certainly the system. Those of us in City Hall, though, I'll have to check with the team. We may want those of us in City Hall to scurry home during that hour and continue the meeting from home.
Yeah. Okay. So we will resume at 7 unless we get word from someone here at City Hall that there's a particular challenge with that. I believe the rolling blackouts are planned for up to 2 hours. Is that right? Okay. My understanding is there are not very large parts of the city that will be affected by that blackout that's scheduled at 2. They've been scheduled at different times in different parts of the city. So hopefully that won't be too big of an impediment. And I apologize, I missed quite a bit of the presentation because I was on the phone with the CEO of PG&E with Lori at that time. So I just want to make sure I'm clear about what's happened. Within your memorandum, Councilmember Reyes, I believe you're calling for the allocation of $2 million of the resident assistance funds is allocated in the budget message to specifically for child care. And that's the same money that's on page 4 of the staff memo that staff says we'll engage in meaningful conversation, listen to recommendations, and bring back to council a plan that includes diverse voices and meets the federal requirements. And the staff was recommending we take more time to collaborate with the community regarding that remaining $2 million. So is that the same 2 million?
It's exactly the same 2 million. And when I got briefed on this, Mayor, I heard clearly from staff that this was a top priority for the families that they've been talking to.
Okay. And could I just understand better from staff, whether it's Michelle or anyone else who's been working, or Andrea has been working on this? You know, my understanding is through various programs, in particular the direct assistance we've been giving to residents, we've been trusting that families know best how to spend the money for themselves. And they know best whether their needs are rent or food or childcare. In some cases, they may have a source for that particular need that's different. And they would much rather just have the money and the flexibility to be able to make that decision for themselves. Can you help me understand why we would want to make that decision for them here?
Mayor, that's because of the requirements of this being federal funds with very complex documentation requirements. So that is why we're following a model we are using with our CDBG funds for rental assistance, as well as a model that LA used with their coronavirus relief funds to provide direct rental assistance. We've worked very closely since the budget passed in June with the Finance Department and the City Attorney's Office to put together each of these programs in a way that will meet the federal requirements. Documentation is going to be very challenging as we outlined in the staff report. So that's really, you know, the philanthropic funds and that we worked with Silicon Valley Strong in the first phase of this response had the ultimate flexibility and really could, if a family needed groceries, here was a grocery card. If a family, you know, direct cash assistance is very empowering to families. But as we've worked with our partners, we've come up with these different programs. So
anyway, they're about to be a blackout here at City Hall.
Thanks.
So anyway, that's the background of why, you know, this has really been very, very challenging.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But does childcare help us avoid that problem somehow? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand better.
So if we were to go through a partner, for example, if we were going to fund PRNS providing these services, and as was presented under 3.1, we would need to have some documentation that this was connected to the coronavirus pandemic, and either primarily or secondarily, and that we were helping families that were impacted by COVID-19 in some, and with schools being closed and folks being essential workers, we think we can do that. Similarly, if we were to do direct subsidies, we would have to, the partner providing those subsidies would have to document that the families had a need tied to COVID-19.
So you still have the same documentation requirements, what you're saying, Michelle. So
Yeah.
going the childcare route doesn't necessarily get us around the documentation. So I'm just trying to understand what the advantage would be of going the childcare route rather than allowing families to have that flexibility.
Well, the flexibility, if we were just to give a family cash, we would not have documentation. So we could give families a choice that we could pay their landlord or we could pay their childcare provider.
Right.
But then that just makes the program more complex and we have to spend the money by December 30th.
Okay, so the point I think you're making then is that if there's just one way we spend it, that's better than spending it a whole lot of different ways.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, what we also, with the current 2.5 million, is going to childcare providers to help them be whole.
Yeah,
And then this new idea to explore would be to subsidize families directly through, again, the first 5 or County Office of Ed system. So it creates two pathways potentially to childcare options.
Okay. But we did commit $1 million of CDBG to childcare to help subsidize families needing childcare, right?
Yes.
Okay. And of the 2.47 million that went to Work to Future, some of that, the wraparound services would also help to fund childcare.
Yes.
Okay. And then PRNS is also providing some subsidized childcare through the recreational preschool. So I'm wondering if, based on I know you indicated the recommendation in the staff report was you wanted to have a continue this community engagement process to really understand what's the best, highest need. As you sit here today, is childcare the best, highest need with this 2 million? And if so, why not just say that in the memo?
So a part of our presentation that was that the community leaders did come back with rental relief was the highest priority. And then the next 2 priorities tied were employment training and childcare. We didn't get into being able to tease out like the details of childcare. And so that's what we'd like to have the ability to explore quickly.
Okay. So I just want to make sure this is all aligned with whatever is what I saw recommended in the staff memo was not to jump to the conclusion. And I just want to make sure we're not pushing you, that we've really got all the information we think we need or want from the community and from the providers. And you're nodding your head, so I'm guessing that's yes.
We would like that's why we're asking for 2 weeks to come back.
2 weeks, okay.
September 1st, please.
And if you learn that there's all kinds of challenges with Fed rules or whatever, you'll come back with a different recommendation.
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay. I'm sorry to be a little dense. I know that you presented some information before and I wasn't able to be part of that, so my apologies. PG&E distracts us more than it ought to, I know. Okay, great. Councilmember Esparza, you have 8 minutes until the lights are out, and then we could probably resume thereafter.
Okay, well then I'll jump in. So I just wanted to double check on what exactly is coming back to us on September 1st. Is the final 2 million was coming back to us on September 1st, and we're voting on the 21 million and change right now?
If I heard that correctly, yes, we are asking you to approve. In the main memo, it was the actions related to 3A, B, C, D, E, and the addition of the 2.4 million for the paid workforce development program in the supplemental.
Okay, thank you. And so I have mentioned this before in terms of the residential assistance in addition to the rental assistance. there are so many people right now that just need cash. They've run through what they have. They're pooling resources with family and neighbors, and so it is pretty urgent. And so when do we expect this money to get out the door to be able to actually get to the residents?
So according to, we have several contracts actually that are in the pipeline, and because we do have 5 different intermediaries, they're at different stages. But we're hoping to get the money to the intermediaries within the next, being very aggressive, week or 2, which then they need to then turn around and start their processes to get that out to the community. So we're roughly estimating, hopefully, in that first week of September, and that's an aggressive timeline.
Okay. And do we have goals around how fast to get some of that money dispersed?
I did not hear the question.
Do we have some goals on how fast we get those funds dispersed to residents?
Council member, that will be
Helping you just to pull the microphone a little closer to your voice. But go ahead, Michelle. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I think the council member's question was goals around how quickly we get the money out the door, particularly to residents. And I think our partners have learned a lot of lessons and they are doing their own community engagement around this phase 3 of funding. And so Destination Home and Sacred Heart can talk about that and sort of what that might look like. But the goal is to get it out as quickly as possible because we do have a December 30th deadline and we know that families are hurting. But at the same time, the documentation requirements work with the families so that they can meet the documentation requirements and be successful at getting the funding. So it's kind of a twofold effort. But our goal is that we are not going to get to December 30th with funds left.
And how are we prioritizing that financial assistance? In other words, are we getting to the hardest hit areas where we see the desperation, where we see the desperation and where people are impacted by COVID?
Yes, so we are prioritizing those areas in all of our programs, and Jen Loving can talk about that a little bit more because we have $500,000 as noted in the memo for outreach through grassroots CBOs that are going to help families with those applications and get the word out. So if we could have Jen respond in a little more depth.
Hi, thank you, Michelle. And this is Jen Loving with Destination Home. Councilmember Esparza, we have been distributing direct financial assistance to families since March 23rd. We have historically been helping with just direct financial assistance, not wholesale paying people's rents, right? But now that time has gone on so long, moratoriums are lifting. People are, the stress of not being able to pay their rent and their back rent stacking up is getting, as we all know, right? It's just getting much more stressful. This next phase, if you approve it today, we've started planning with our partners at Sacred Heart to pay rent for the families, prioritizing extremely low income households, families who are ineligible for unemployment. And so, because we've had 32,000 families come to us so far, we need hundreds of millions of dollars to solve this crisis just locally. We don't have that kind of money. So we are trying to prioritize families that are the most vulnerable and don't have access to other resources. Sacred Heart has been our partner and administering, but we have also engaged so far 50 grassroots. Can you still hear me?
We can, despite the interruption.
Yeah, that wasn't me. We will be using a combination of city money and also other money, county and private money, that Destination Home has also been able to leverage to pay grassroots partners both within the city of San Jose and also partners in other parts of the county, especially that are in the COVID zip codes where there's been so much impact due to the effects of COVID from a public health perspective. If you approve this, we're hoping that we can get started in the next couple of weeks. We feel the time pressure to execute and expend all of this money by the end of December as acutely as you do. We don't want to leave any money on the table.
Thank you. You just included one of my other questions in terms of leveraging. So I'll just lead with this. I know we have a time crunch, but I'll lead with this. I have spoken to some of the Spanish-speaking tracers at the county, and the stories that they and some of the grassroots organizations are getting are horrifying. There are people that are so desperate, parents are contemplating suicide. That's what they're telling the contract tracers. They're desperate. They don't have any place else to go. And so funding and this help is really critical. It was critical a few months ago. And so at this point, we just need to get it out. Thank you.
If I could, this is Jen Loving. If I could add one more thing, we need to be realistic about how many families we're going to be able to help. We've probably given since March about 10,000 families direct financial assistance, and Aaron can correct me if that number is off, but it's in that ballpark. And 3-4 times that many have asked us for help, and people do.
Jen, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're about to get hit with a power shutoff that's going to halt our broadcast. So I'm sorry to cut you off mid-sentence, but if we resume at 9 p.m., I think we're going to need everybody to kind of restation themselves. And I'm sorry, 7 p.m., forgive me, 7 p.m. And we're going to require everyone to restation themselves if they're at City Hall, as I am, hopefully in a place with power that's on. So Jen, please forgive me for interrupting. Why don't we recess until 7 p.m. And then we will resume.
So we're not going to vote, we're going to recess.